What up, Doe? What up, Doe? You already know what time it is. You already know what time it is, man. All right, it's Friday. Just got paid. Friday night. Body jumping. Feeling right. I'm telling my age. I'm telling my age. I'm telling my age. My bad. I'm telling my age. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to Tell You Biz TV, man. Biz Nation is in the building, standing strong. First one is She Lee in the building. Shout out to She Lee in the building saying Biz Nation. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see what we got here. We got Tubeless Tiger. Thank you so much for the super chat. $2 super chat saying I will be here. Can't wait for your commentary. I definitely appreciate it. I definitely appreciate it. Kristen Vasquez is in the building. Say, hey, TB, were you able to look at the two contracted nurses? Yes. I read that. I definitely read that. And I'm telling you, oh, we got to do something with that. We got to do something with that. Oh, for sure. Absolutely. Shout out to the mod of all mods saying Biz Nation. What up, though? Hope everyone is enjoying their Friday. We got Cheryl in the building saying, what up, though? You all right? We got EKPM LLC. Happy Friday, everyone. Let's get it in, man. Let's get it in. Steph JK said, let me grab that dinner real quick. I'll be right back ASAP. Deja Jones saying, hey, Biz and chat, what's going on with you? What's going on with you? Okay. She said she loving the green hat. You know, we went to Crocodile Dundee and got us a little gator hat. You feel what I'm saying? A little gator hat with a little brown on that thing. Put a little brown leather strap on that thing. You know what I'm saying? With a little gold. Trying to do our thing. Jean Lee saying, what up, though? In the building. Man, so many people in the building. That is what's up. Kathy A saying happy Friday. That's what's up. Happy Friday to you as well. And Shell said running over from Cat to chat to get an update to Fulton to the Fulton Chaos. Absolutely, man. Happy Friday. Silent Sister said happy Friday. I'm a new sub. Yo, everybody put Silent Sister in the chat. Thank you so much for being a part of the family. Right? You're a very close-knit, small, nice family. You feel what I'm saying? So thank you. But thank you. Y'all feeling the hat? I was a little nervous. I didn't know if I should rock the hat or not, show the ball. But man, I am enjoying myself. It is Friday and it is time to get busy. You feel what I'm saying? Jean Lee said, and I said, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Look at the love for Silent Sister. Look at the love. Kathy A said, I'm here from Cast Channel. That is what's up. I appreciate it. Cat Knight Williams, I think she's still streaming right now. But Cat Knight Williams is so dope at what she does. She's always supporting people. She's always putting other channels on display and always showing love. And she's willing to share. She's really willing to share with anybody. You know what I'm saying? Willing to share anybody. Her commentary is awesome. Her insight is spectacular. You feel what I'm saying? Like, it is so on point. You feel me? So I really do appreciate Cat Knight Williams. And shout out to Cat, man. I'm just gonna give her some love right here, right now. All right. Yeah, so we about to get Sandy in the building saying here to hear the about Fulton County. Listen, let me tell you something. I want to shout out Julie Horn because she sent me the video of the hearing, and I'm telling you, all right, the audacity, okay, the unmitigated gall of the sheriff's office to retch around, all right, and ask for $5.9 million. Now, remember on our last stream, we looked at the actual budget, or it wasn't in my video or last stream. I can't remember which one, but we looked at the actual budget, and didn't it say $146 million? Huh? Didn't it in 2022? Didn't they get 142? Didn't they get 142? Right? And then they had an adopted budget for 2024 for 146. All right. How? And then you asking me for more money, dog. Then you go ask me for some more money. All right. I can't listen. This is absolutely insane. This is absolutely insane. All right. So we about to look at the actual hearing here, and we're going to get the actual amount that the sheriff office owes, because the sheriff, Patrick Labbitt, said that they owed nearly $1 million. right? It wasn't $1 million. It was a little bit below that. And then the CEO said it's in excess of $1 million. You feel me? So let me tell you something. We about to get the numbers straight from the Board of Commissioners. All right, that's what we about to do. Before we jump into it, though, I had some beef with Judge Whitaker, and I think that I want to just go back a little bit and go to the place where I had the beef at. All right, so that way we can actually get it in. All right, because I'm telling you, I was so upset today. I was in Cat's chat, all right, and I was able to get some work done here from home, and I'm telling you right now, I was so upset with the judge today. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and just get it in. Listen, this is something that a lot of people don't understand about lawyers, prosecutors, public defenders, and things of that nature. I'm telling you right now. Back at the time where all this was going on, these public defenders were not available. They were not available. All right. I'm telling you right now. Cheryl says the judge is infuriating. Absolutely, 100%. 100%. All right. Is that Diane or is it Dion? I hope is it Diane? Put a 1 if it's Diane. Put a 2 if it's Dion. All right. But thank you for loving the hat. I do appreciate you. Thank you for stopping by the Biz Nation family. All right. So listen, we're gonna get into it real quick. I want to play this a little bit. I want to tell you the parts where it becomes disingenuous. This judge, this lady right here, that lady all the way up there, right? She is the most disingenuous person, judge, I would say, that I have ever encountered. All right, ever encountered. Like, I know Judge Glanville was a mess, okay, but she's a little bit. I'm gonna say she worse because at least Judge Glanville up front gave you the foolishness. Her foolishness is wrapped in a nice little package with flowers, cards, and candy. You know what I'm saying? And it's nasty work. It's definite nasty work. I'm telling you, she is way worse than Glanville to me because again, she portrays to act like she is one thing and she's not. And then she lives in a bubble. Like if it doesn't concern her, then it's not an issue. You know, it's like it's like seeing people, break into other houses. Well, they don't break into my house, so I'm good. No, your property value gonna go down if the other house is getting broken into. All right, for real. You see, so there has to be some level of community when it comes to certain things, and the law, the system is a community. And she is not a part of the community. Well, I mean, she got her agenda. I think her agenda is to be either chief judge or at some point it can get real political for her. You know what I'm saying? And that could be Senate. That could be a whole bunch of stuff. You know what I mean? I remember the lead attorney telling me on his channel when I came up to rock out on his channel. I remember him telling me that most of the people that you see in political places were former lawyers at some point. You feel me? So this right here, I just want to go over this real quick because again, it really upset me. Once Sharp started talking about his motivation for signing the plea deal. Anybody who read this plea deal of Antonio Sledge knows that this man was coerced in ways that, I mean, it's worse than Woody's coercion. His plea deal is the worst I've ever seen. Probation for 15 years, a 30-year total time of spending in jail if you don't say certain things that's on this particular plea. I've never, a plea deal like this I have never seen before. You see what I'm saying? So this right here was crazy, but this first of all, shout out to Matt. Everybody put Mad Max in the chat. Max did an excellent job of unraveling the motivation of the plea deal. He did an excellent job of unraveling everything. And I'm telling you right now, when he got to the point where he started talking about the fact that this man did not have representation, And then they try to be like, well, it's not like that now. And see, and I'm not trying to get political, all right? But this is what happens. It's like, okay, Democrats, they just they poop the bed, right? They give us a William Shatner, right? They put a Shatner on us, and then at the tail end, they want to fix it and make it look good, so that way we can reelect them. All right, I've noticed that. I'm not blind, okay? And I'm telling you right now. Now they're like, oh yeah, these guys that severed from this case, they're going to have representation now because they have the available lawyers. Yeah, now they do. Now it took 2 years. It only took 2 years for it to get done. Now you want to campaign and make it look like y'all always had it together. No, you don't. I know you don't, because when I did my prosecutorial misconduct video, at the end of the video, I showed everybody how overworked the public defenders are in Fulton County. Oh, we're going to talk about that real quick because I was upset. All right. Upset. Let's get into it real quick. And again, I'm not trying to be no political person here. You know what I'm saying? I don't like talking about politics because I have my own theory and my own observation about it. But let me tell you something right now. You can't fool me right in front of my face. If you fool me in front of my face and I choose to not accept the foolishness that I'm looking at, that's a me problem. All right. That's a me problem. Shout out to Bridgetta L. I never heard that name before. That's an awesome name. I like your thumbnail as well. It says, or I really think that the screen Antonio was looking at had on there what to say and when to say it. Listen. Okay. Because he say, oh, you are cooking. I appreciate it. They call me Chef Tay-Biz on Instagram. Chef Tay-Biz on Instagram. Let me tell you something. I'm telling you right now that this case should have been over months ago. As a matter of fact, they should have had a mistrial, the opening statement of the trial, because Miss Love was doing a lot of burden shifting. Okay. And then on top of that, she did something where she showed a slide that was supposed to be excluded from her opening statement. She did it anyway, and it had another lawyer's name on there. And the first person in motion for a mistrial was your boy Steele, and it got denied by Glanville. Okay, it should have been over then. Prosecutorial misconduct can warrant a mistrial. It can. All right. All this taking them to Brady violation class in school. This is this foolishness. It's a slap on the hand. That's all it is. It's a slap on the hand. But don't mistreat me for years. Then you start treating me good for the last 3 months of the relationship. Then all of a sudden you've been the best person I ever been with. This is what they do. This is what they do. They slap you upside the head, they kick you upside the head, and then they want to say, oh, well, we're actually doing something good for you at the tail end. We do have lawyers for them now. Oh, really? Yeah, you have lawyers for them now, but you was kicking them in the behind for the last 2 years. So this is what I'm saying. Don't do that to me and then expect me to vote for you again, to rock with you again. No, I'm not doing that. Not doing that at all. Shout out to Kristen. I appreciate you, Kristen, for the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Says also, Daddy, to tell the one person is still not caught. Exactly. I think I know you're talking about. I think you're talking about the father. Like, for real. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much. Give me a little bit more clarity on this right here. Oh, it says, oops, sorry, Mike was on my phone when I child down and picked up that. Oh, okay, I got you. Exactly. Look here, right here, Bridgetta L says, Love wrote every plea that I heard. Exactly. Mr. Sledge said, I didn't even write any of these statements. I didn't even do any of this. First of all, the man dropped out of school in 9th grade. He don't know nothing about all those words that's in there. If these are your actual your factual findings and knowledge, then it should be written the way you are speaking, but it wasn't. It wasn't. Look at this, Puerto Rican Gloria. Thank you so much for coming on in from Dear World Christians channel. I appreciate it. She said, "Hey, chat. Hey, everybody, put Puerto Rican Gloria in the chat. Put that name in the chat. Welcome her in. Welcome her in. Let's get into it real quick here. All right. I don't want to talk too much, but let me tell you something. I was upset, man. I was upset, and the fact that Kristen just said something. The fact that this man don't understand his plea deal is a direct reflection of his lawyer. Direct reflection of his lawyer needs to explain to him what nullify mean. He needs to explain to him all the terms of that plea deal, and he didn't. All right. So we're gonna start off with this because again, disingenuous judge. This is what I want to talk about right here. A disingenuous judge. Let's go.
In the past.
Yes.
And you hired him on this case.
Yes.
Okay. When you testified, I want to make sure I'm correct on this. You paid him a certain amount of money, and I don't need to know the amount.
Objection relevant.
He's testified that he did not, his understanding was he did not pay his attorney. You didn't, the money that you paid your attorney, you knew it wasn't enough for him to go to trial on this long case, correct?
Yes.
That was your understanding.
Yes.
That was his understanding.
Listen to Max. Listen to Sharp, man. He is breaking it down. He is dissecting everything. You did not have enough money for a trial lawyer. Listen to what he's saying now. Listen to what he's saying now. Let's keep it clean here. You didn't have enough money for a lawyer to go to trial with, okay? But you had enough money for your lawyer to represent you as a witness to a trial because you're not going to be a witness that long. Hear me out. You're not going to be a witness that long. So I can afford an attorney, but just for him to represent me as a witness, not for a trial. And Ms. Love is like relevance and this and that. This is definitely relevant as to why he signed that most ridiculous plea deal ever. All right, let's go.
Yes.
You did not have an attorney to take this case to trial.
All right, no. Now that we all know that that's not true,
See,
that anybody who can't afford an attorney is entitled to get an
Well,
attorney
I'm gonna
without
get there.
cost.
this is what peed me off right here. This is what peed me off right here. First of all, why are you interrupting? Why are you interrupting a lawyer while he's questioning a witness in a trial in the first place? Why are you representing? Why are you interrupting a defense attorney in cross when he is talking about at that particular time that he signed the plea deal? This is the reason why they were severed on the case, because they could not afford an attorney. And let me tell you something. When the severance came, and a lot of them was not represented, they was trying to get public defenders from all over the place. Couldn't find none. And there are so many people, so many men in Fulton County Jail right now, some, and especially then, who could not afford an attorney. They were sitting in jail and have been sitting in jail for years. And let me tell you something. There's a lot of public defenders that probably have their case, but it's way at the bottom because that public defender got about 500 cases by themselves. We're gonna look at the video again. All right, we're gonna look at the video again. We're gonna deep dive into this real quick before we get into this 5.9 milli. Because that's crazy work. That is absolute crazy work. $5.9 million, and I gave you 146. Oh no, that's nasty. That's nasty work. Oh, I want to acknowledge some people. Green Eggs No Ham in the building. Thank you for coming through, saying thank you for this. I missed this part today. I feel I got you. I got you. Whitaker thinks she's a prosecutor. You used to be. You used to be and ain't anymore. And ain't anymore. Ain't that how y'all say it, ladies? And ain't, right? and ain't. Oh God. Try years. Replace months with years, Steph. Because there was people in jail in Rice Street for over 2-3 years. There was about 20 to 30 cases like that. And they were interviewing Fonnie Willis about it. And she had all kind of excuses, including Glanville, all kind of excuses as to why there was no representation. Nasty work. Nasty work. And ain't. Okay. Everybody put and ain't in the chat. All right. And ain't a prosecutor. Not no more. You done, man. You done. You feel me? Let's listen to this again.
An attorney to take this case to trial.
All right, no. Now that we all
Hold on. Let's listen to this again.
Your attorney, you knew it wasn't enough for him to go to trial on this long case, correct?
Yes.
That was your understanding.
Yes.
That was his understanding.
Yes.
You did not have an attorney to take this case to trial.
all right, no. Now that we all
See, right here, ma'am, how you got an objection? Ma'am. Ma'am, I'm trying to figure this out. How do you have an objection? You were not a defendant in 2022. You were not a defendant in 2021, 2020, 2019. Listen to me. Let me tell you something. You was not, I repeat, you was not in trouble those years, ma'am. You don't know what it was like waiting on an attorney or trying to afford an attorney in Fulton County. I really appreciate this. Shout out to Dee gifting 10 Tay-Biz TV membership. If you received the membership from Dee, go ahead and put Dee in the chat. Thank you so much, Dee, for your generosity. I'm going to keep this up right now, okay? I appreciate you. Thank you. Listen to me. You were not, nothing was going on with you, all right? So how in the world you going to tell, how in the world this is not relevant to the man's motivation for signing the plea deal? Now, you know that's not right. Now, you jumping in while the cross-examination is going on. You jumping in. And why are you jumping in? Why are you jumping in? You a judge. You're supposed to be a referee. I don't never see a referee in a basketball game go to the coach and draw plays for him. I never see a referee stop an NBA player at the free throw line and be like, "Hey man, you're shooting that wrong. You need to shoot. You need to bend, put your elbow inside your chest and then hit it this way." I don't never see a referee do that. All I see a referee do is call the game. Ma'am, why aren't you calling the game? What, you a player's coach? You a player coach? No, would you Bill Russell? You Caitlin Clark? What's going on with you? You out there shooting threes on behalf of the state? Listen to me. I don't never see a referee trying to tell the teams on how they should play their game. And let me tell you something. She is absolutely wrong for that. And let me tell you, when the Court of Appeals get a hold of this, you best believe they're going to single this out. And let me tell you something, the Court of Appeals is probably going to take them like 2 or 3 years to actually look at this whole case. This is absolutely wrong. Wrong. Look at how she jump in. And let me tell you something. If you look at her demeanor right here, right? Look at how she's relaxed. She's kind of sitting back a little bit, right? And then all of a sudden she started moving forward because she's ready to interject. Watch.
The amount. He's testified that his understanding was he did not pay his attorney. You didn't, the money
Look at
that you paid your attorney, you knew it wasn't enough for him to go to trial on this long case, correct?
Yes.
We go.
That was your
Now she
understanding.
moving up.
Yes.
That was his understanding.
Yes.
You did not have an attorney to take this case to
All
trial.
right, no, now,
See, now she jumping in because she knew Sharp was gonna say something. Now she gonna say something disingenuous. This is what they always do to us. They always want us to think that they have our best interest at heart. They always want you to think that. Now, listen to me. Listen here now. Listen here. You know that if somebody don't have an attorney, that the state will provide an attorney for them. It's called a co-prosecutor, but we're going to call them public defenders. Yeah, okay. Sure. Shout out to Toothless Tiger becoming a member of the channel. Thank you for being a member. A co-prosecutor, they're going to wrap it up and say public defender. So they're going to repackage the gift. All right. And present it like it's a Christmas gift or like it's your birthday, but it's really the same old song. It's the same old thing. Look at Joanna says this. She tried cleaning it up by saying they have one now. 2 years later, like we said. They had to wait 2 years before they could even get representation. All right. Let's keep looking at it.
now that we all know that that's not true, that anybody who can't afford an attorney is entitled to get an
Well, I'm
attorney
gonna get
without
there.
cost to them.
I'm going to get there. There were people in this case that couldn't afford an attorney, correct?
That is not speculation. That's why they severed from the case. That's why they severed from the case. That's not speculation. That's a factual finding. That's a real factual finding. It's a fact that they severed from the case because they could not afford an attorney. So they had to sever from the case to get public defenders. But guess what? It was none available. Even the judge, the one that said that this case been going on since God created Adam, even he know that they didn't have no attorneys at that time. And then what happened is that they were able to wait for a trial date once they got an attorney. And some attorneys that was there for the severance of the defendants, some of the attorneys that was there that was representing certain defendants didn't even know who the defendants were. They did not even know who they were. They were meeting them that day. And some of them had mistaken identity. Some of them had a mistaken identity of who their defendant was, who their client was. Now you mean to tell me now you want to proclaim fairness in 2024 when you've been pooping in your pants since 2015?
Is entitled to get an
Well, I'm
attorney
gonna get
without
there.
cost to them.
I'm going to get there.
Lies.
There were people in this case that couldn't afford an attorney, correct? People still don't have
Hang on,
attorneys.
hang on. Don't talk over each other.
People still don't have attorneys. Say it, Max.
That is not relevant to the question that you're asking him, nor to this trial going on.
But it is relevant. And see, she's late to the party. It's definitely relevant because they could not get an attorney because the attorneys, public defenders, were up the ceiling with cases because they didn't have enough attorneys. And wasn't it one Fonnie Willis who said that she needed some extra money? She went before the Board of Commissioners to get extra money for attorneys for the backlog. That's including public defenders. And the lady who was in charge of the public defender's office was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Cuckoo. Don't understand nothing that's going on in her own organization for the public defenders. We're going to get to it. We're definitely going to get to it.
Right now.
Your Honor, may I be heard?
Yes,
If he knows he's going to
you
sit,
may, yes. You know what? Let's break for lunch, because I know that this
that he didn't hire Mr.
Here we go.
here, because I'm not sure, you know,
don't have a
that
problem with
wouldn't be fodder for redirect at this point.
I mean, I don't really have a problem with her cross-examining him at this financial affairs. Mr. Wright might.
Right.
Well, I mean, why don't you propose a couple of questions that you think will get to the heart of the
And see, here we go again. Telling people how to do their job. That is not your job, ma'am. That is not your job. Your job is not to tell me how to ask questions. I ask questions the way I want to ask questions. You don't get to tell me how to do my job. I've been on this case longer than you. I've been on this case since the genesis of it. And since the beginning of this case, I know that all the other co-defendants had to remove themselves from the trial because they could not afford an attorney. Shout out to Shay67 says she has no clue. And don't. And don't. Put an and don't in the chat. And don't have a clue, man. She does not have a clue. Now, I'm going to get into the video that I did real quick. I'm just going to get to a portion of it. Then we're going to deep dive into the state, into the sheriff's office asking for more money. But I'm telling you right now, there is no way that she has the right to interject a lawyer while he's questioning a witness and then be an advocate for the state when the question was very relevant. This is the reason why these gentlemen took plea deals. Remember, I said this before on my channel. Every plea deal is not created equal. Just because you signed a plea deal doesn't mean that you are guilty of anything. It just means you can't afford to prove yourself right. Sometimes a plea deal will have certain things that the evidence doesn't really show that, but because you were in the vicinity of it, you can't afford an attorney, all these type of things, and then you have to sign on that plea. This is why your boy Sledge was like, yo, these parts of the plea deal right here is not true. The way they wording it is not correct. Because again, he is another witness that said YSL is not a gang. But they got gang YSL in the plea when it comes to motivation of doing crimes. All plea deals are not created equal. And then she interjects and gives a political, this is the reason why she is on a political hunt. She gives a political answer. She knows that this trial is televised internationally. She knows this. Internationally. Where are my international folks at? I know I got some folks from Great Britain. UK is in the building somewhere, or they are part of the subs. They're part of the family. They're part of the membership. Some from Australia. They all know about this case. They all know about this case. She's like, no. She had to save face. No. Because see, this judge represents the state. She don't represent justice. No. That ain't true, because I'm telling you right now, you know that they can afford it. They can't afford an attorney. You know that they can get one. Yet now, 2022, the only reason why he had a little money in his pocket because he worked with Thug. He had enough money to get a lawyer for the best of what he get one for. And he trash. Because there's no way in the world that I should leave my lawyer's office wherever he's at or wherever we were at. If I'm in jail and we're talking through the glass, there's no way in the world I should walk away misunderstanding my own plea deal if I'm pleading the deal. If I'm pleading, there should be no reason why I should misunderstand my own plea. Plea means you speaking for yourself. You're speaking for yourself. When they bring you, I know this to be true for fact. I've been through this, okay? When they bring you a plea deal, the words that's on that paper comes from them. The words on that plea deal comes from them. It do not come from you. It's your plea. This is what they want you to admit to, and they write it for you. This is absolutely insane. And she steps in and says, no. They can, they can afford an attorney if they don't have one. When? Not back then. That's why they was signing plea deals and they was autographing plea deals like crazy. It was absolutely insane. Another person took a plea deal. YFA Lucci took one and was smiling. Cat Not Williams in the building. What up, though? Everybody coming from chat. That's what from Cat's channel. That's what's up. Appreciate you. And here it is. We got a lawyer judge interrupting Max Sharp, objecting, basically, Max objecting him while he's talking to a witness, just so you can have a political response because you knew old boy was about to expose the whole plea deal situation. I'm about to show you why he took the plea. We are going to talk about the sheriff's office. Because I'm gonna tell you something. That hearing, I have never seen it before. It's about to be a raw reaction again. I'm telling y'all, your boy about to give you a raw reaction tonight. I'm telling you right now. But we got to talk about this prosecutorial misconduct. We got to talk about this prosecutorial misconduct that we keep seeing all the time in this trial. If you came from Cat's channel, put a 1 in the chat before we get started. If you came from Cat's channel, put a 1 in the chat. I appreciate all 305 of y'all watching your boy today because we about to cook. We about to cook. Oh, look at the one. Look at the one. Yo, this is love. This is love. I appreciate y'all, man. This is so much love. This is so Cat, you the best, man. This is so much love. I said we kicking in the dough. Hey, let's go. I kick in the dough, my boy. Kick in the dough. What up, dough? What up, dough to everybody? Put a what up, dough in the chat for me, boy. I mean, put a what up, dough in the chat for your boy. Look at this. This is love, man. I appreciate this so much. But we about to get into this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this prosecutorial misconduct situation. Watch how I'm going to show you why he could not and he had to sign that plea deal. Watch this. Take a look.
Sheriff deputies forget to bring an inmate before a judge for a scheduled hearing this past September in Atlanta.
Oh, okay. Well, he was requested, so I'm not sure what happened there.
So Janie Weaver argues the case on the defendant's behalf.
They put in a motion for dismissal due to lack of no counsel. I spoke with you several times. You also stated that his rights have been violated due to the lack of counsel. We're trying to get the resolve today.
She's talking about Tony Turner, held on sex trafficking charges he says he did not commit, one of 10 charged in the same crime. He sat in jail for nearly 5 months with no court-appointed attorney to represent him.
Which is why the cameras are here, because they are here to see how this outcome is going to come out.
Weaver is Turner's fiance. She
okay.
filed this handwritten motion to dismiss the case herself.
Are you an attorney?
No, I'm not.
What do you do for a living?
I am a certified nurse assistant, and I also work for Amazon. So he's kind of like stuck. He doesn't have no representation at all, no help at all.
What'd she say? What? Hold on. What baby girl just say? Huh? He has no representation at all. This is not that long ago. This is not that long ago.
None, besides the little bit that I give him.
Turner is not alone. According to records from the Georgia Public Defender Council, the agency responsible for
This is the agency that you listen to me. Look, we cooking, man. This is the agency, the Georgia Public Defender Council, that's supposed to provide you with a public defender in case you cannot afford an attorney. This is what the judge interrupted Max Shard about today, so she can have that political response about the fact that they can get an attorney now. And let me tell you something, that wasn't always the case. You waited 2 years, man. Oh, I was hot today. I was trying my best not to put all caps in Cat's chat, because I'm telling you right now, your boy wanted to cap it off so bad. I wanted to go full-blown berserk in that boy. You feel me? But I had to compose myself. I had to keep myself together. Okay? A brother my size can't have high blood pressure. I got to keep it low. So I had to chill back. So I had to give me one of these and relax and sip a little bit. And chillax, my baby. Oh, because I was on fire. I was on fire today. All right. And let me tell you something. This organization is trash. This organization is trash. I'm telling you right now, it's trash. You got people still to this day, because I'm telling you, this judge lied today. You know that they could afford it. They could get an attorney if they can't afford one. That's a lie. And if they do get a public defender assigned to their case is probably number 450. You are a liar, man. I can't stand prosecutors and judges. I can't. If I was to be a lawyer, I would be a criminal defense judge, lawyer all day. I would do criminal defense all day. Because let me tell you something right now. There is no possible way I will trust a public defender. As soon as they come to you, if it gets to that point and they come to you with a piece of paper, because they don't have to always give you a plea deal, but if they come to you with a piece of paper, you best believe everything on that boy you didn't say. But you must understand something. You do have the right to represent yourself, and you do have the right to negotiate your plea deal. Your boy speaking from experience, dog. Okay, from experience. From experience. They came to me with a plea. I said, dude, I can't do this. You got to move that and move this and move that. They was like, okay, bring documentation to show that you need this, and then we'll move it. And I showed them documentation. And I got the deal that I wanted. But all those words were not mine. You got men in there in that Rice Street that they talk about, Fulton County Jail. That's the most worst jail in the world. You got young men in there who still to this day sitting in jail without representation. Haven't even seen a judge yet. Haven't even seen a judge yet. Man, let's go. Let's go. Let's get into this.
appointing attorneys to people who can't afford one, at least 620 people charged with crimes in the state did not have a lawyer this past summer. Some in jail for months. Judges in Fulton County, the state's largest, calling it a constitutional crisis.
They are waiting for that lawyer to help them through this complicated, serious process. And it is an unacceptable crisis that there are people sitting incarcerated, not able to move their case forward because the system can't find them a lawyer.
In August, the Southern Center for Human Rights threatened litigation if the state doesn't fix the problem, writing in this letter to the agency that the Georgia Public Defenders Council is in breach of its clear mandatory statutory responsibility with respect to hundreds of indigent persons accused of crimes. Amateo Ali is the agency's director.
How do you respond to that?
We're signing our client.
Have you noticed before this line ass lady start talking? Have you noticed that it's a bunch of women just running amok on the dudes? coercion and locking them up, and you cross the street, you go into jail. Let me tell you something, man. You know when somebody lying to you from the state? When they start talking. When they start talking. Everybody shout out happy anniversary to Steph JK, man. That's a beautiful thing. We need more anniversaries for marriages. All right, that's another subject I ain't gonna get into. Green eggs, no ham. Am I lying? I mean, real talk, though. Can I get some real talk? Can I get some real ladies in the chat that's gonna really rock with your boy on some truth? Because I'm telling you right now, all you see is the judge is a woman. The judge is a woman. And what she do? Interrupt a man cross-examining a witness that the state provided and coerced a 15-year plea deal, a 15-year probation and a plea deal. And if he lie on the stand, he getting the 30-year max because they can go ahead and bring him right back. They could go ahead and try him right back at the end of this trial when they done, and they can still put him in jail if they want to. What type of deal is this? And then you have a low-speaking, soft-voiced black man who's like, you know what? I'm not going to say she said this exactly. I'm not going to say. And he acted like he too soft to talk. Man, this boy, everybody, listen to me. Can we just be clear about something? Can we just be honest? Can we the elephant in the room thing? Can we do this? Your boy Sledge is not bright. Okay? Come on now. And neither is Love. I said it in Cat's chat. It's like two sloths having a fist fight. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I'm telling you right now. This is absolutely insane what's going on. This is absolutely insane what's going on. You're seeing this judge interrupt a defense attorney while he's questioning the witness to respond in a political manner about public defenders being available now when you know that just a year and a half ago you couldn't even spell public defender. Now you want to act like y'all always been doing this. And I'm telling you, man, them women, they don't care. They want to lock. They want to throw the key on you, brother. Hey, brothers, any brothers living in Atlanta, do not get in trouble. I'm telling you right now, you don't stand a chance with these women. These women, Lawyer Love, she crazy. This is crazy work what she doing. Oh, you can't break up with her civilly. You can't have a civil conversation with Miss Love and end the relationship. You got to run for your life. You got to run, brother. Run, brother, run. Run, brother, run. Hey, run, brother, run. Run, brother, run. I'm telling you, you don't pass go. Don't collect 200. Get out. Put them cotton balls in your ears. Put them cotton balls in your ear when she start ringing that damn up, and you leave. You can't break up with her. No, you got to leave. You got to go, because I'm telling you right now, she is crazy. Miss Love is insane. Y'all hear the way she asks those questions? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Let's continue. Let's continue, because I don't want to get too deep, but let's continue now. Here we go. Hey, Shale said it. Love throws too many tantrums. Y'all seen her in that chair, putting her finger in everybody's hand. She got them long Patrick Ewing fingers that she be pointing. Got them auntie hands. She got the auntie hands. She cooked the greens. They be too vinegary, but she thinks she make the best greens out the family. That's who Miss Love is. She crazy. A fatal attraction. You got to leave her. You got to be disrespectful. You just got to go. I'm telling you right now, she got the long auntie fingers Like going over there and get your plate. And why you ain't married with kids yet? Don't you see? I'm telling you, man, she's different. All right, she one of those. The men got to stay out of Fulton County. I'm telling you right now, leave. If you live in Fulton County, go. Leave now.
Clients, attorneys, as soon as we know about them, to say there's a constitutional crisis, I disagree with that.
The director says she joined the agency during the height of the pandemic, inheriting staffing shortages. The Defenders Council represents 85% of people charged with crimes in Georgia. Earlier this year, she helped increase employees' salaries by 6% and created a system she claims automatically assigns attorneys within 72 hours, claiming the agency now has enough attorneys to represent defendants.
How can you characterize and say you have enough when you have so many other people saying that it's a crisis?
So these are people who don't know what's going on in-house.
Even judges.
Let me tell you something.
Even judges.
Anytime you hear a person say that, the people that's telling the truth, they don't know what's going on. You know she lying. You know she lying. I'm telling you right now, if you ever hear a person say, "Oh, these people that saying this, they don't know what's going on in house," they in-house lying is what they doing. All right, I'm telling you right. Even the judges. You mean to tell me the judges don't know what's going on too? Come on, man. The judge don't know nothing. The prosecutors don't know nothing. The public defenders don't know nothing. The only person that knows something is you. Yeah, you lying for sure. You moved your lips, you lying. Troy M. Finger, man, shout out to you. Say her top lip look like she lying. That's all I'm talking about. Look chill like she lying. You know she lying. You know she lying.
Because see, when you don't have the whole story, you only base your information on what you have.
She blames judges for not notifying her office when defendants show up to court without representation, saying that could be one reason her office doesn't always know about unrepresented clients.
I've only been in this position for 2 years, but in my 32 years of being with the public defender system in one capacity or the other, this last 2 years have been the most phenomenal.
Do you buy that?
No.
These 6 former
Hey, listen to this, though. Hey, yo. Whoever edited the video, shout out to the editor of the video, man. They was like, y'all buy that? They like, no.
Have been the most phenomenal.
Do you buy that?
No.
These 6 former state and county public defenders disagree.
I absolutely would not have left, but for the turmoil in the office.
All left their jobs since Director Ali joined the agency in March 2020.
At this moment, we're bleeding from our staffing right now.
And all blame her.
Listen to this. Look at that date. What does that say? February 2022. February 2022. When did Antonio Sledge sign his plea deal? What year was it? What month was it? Earlier in that same year, they're having one of the biggest justice public defender crisis ever. Okay, ever. He signed his plea deal December of that same year. Yes, that man did not have an attorney that he could use for trial. He couldn't afford one. You think that the public defender was going to be able to represent him properly? They wouldn't even recognize who the man was, probably. Come on now.
Her for not doing enough to support agency staff. Camille Reddick worked at the agency for more than a decade.
I did not leave. I was terminated after I began to yell at the top of my lungs that the way we were handling business and the way we were treating persons who could not afford an attorney was in violation of the Constitution.
Mary Beth Snyder, David Cooper, and Linda Day say the agency didn't provide basic office supplies to do their jobs.
Things like paper, pens, envelopes.
I couldn't find folders for
No.
a long time.
They took away everything. They told us we would have offices, and they're like, oh, no, just kidding. No offices.
While they quit the agency, she still represents defendants for the state as a contract attorney in Clayton County, just outside of Atlanta.
I have 500 clients now.
You hear what that lady just said? That lady just said she has 500 clients right now. 500. This is 2022, people. This is 2022. She had 500 clients. 500 clients. How is she going to represent an Antonio Sledge in a trial? When? How is that going to happen? How is that going to happen? You tell me. Tell me how this lady who has 500 clients, cases, this lady right here, yo. This lady right here. Okay, look at this. Hey, look, Troy, man. Troy got me cracking up. Like, she looked like it too. She looked like she had 500 clients. Look at her. How in the world was she going to properly represent someone? You have the right to an attorney. Yes, you have the right to it for a speedy trial. You have so many rights, but when you make the rights unreachable, you don't feel like you have rights. When you make the rights so unreachable, you don't feel like you have any rights anymore. Come on now. That's like being in a relationship and y'all was in love at one point and y'all was all good and everything was lovely and y'all was kicking it and y'all got married and all this kind of stuff. Then y'all start feeling like roommates in the house. You're trying to reach for that spark, right? You're trying to reach for that spark, but you just can't quite grab it because it's gone, baby. You can't miss something that you never had. How is it that I can access a lawyer and then this one right here got 500? Where my case going? 501? That's why I'm sitting in jail, waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting to get out, to even see a judge. That's the same way a lot of people are in a relationship. They just waiting to break up. You know what's coming, but you just can't quite curl it over because what you're holding on to, it's gone. You might as well start over, but you can't do it this way. You got to get a lawyer that you can retain. You need to get a lawyer that you can retain that's going to keep you as priority number one. 500 clients is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. And this judge lied. This judge tried to paint a picture like Fulton County was always able to provide proper representation, and she know for a fact that they're not, because the lady right here just said even the judges don't even know nothing. So that's my rant, though. That's my rant about this, man. This was absolutely nuts, man. Let me go ahead and do some shout outs real quick. First of all, shout out to Aries 1 1954. I appreciate the $5 Cash App. Thank you so much for your generosity. I definitely appreciate it. I do not take it for granted at all. I appreciate you so much. We got FFS in the building, formerly known as, for fuck's sake, Tay Biz, Lil Mike, and Quez want to know what time we rolling out. BYOB, bring your own blicky. Shout out to FFS, man. Thank you so much. Gene Lee has gifted 5 Tay Biz memberships. Thank you so much. I need to work on my emojis, y'all. I need y'all to hook me up with the emojis. I don't have good emojis yet, man. I'm trying my best, but I don't have good emojis. So somebody hook me up real quick. Joanna, shout out to you for the $2 super chat saying, but he was too dangerous for bail. Exactly. He was too dangerous for bail, though, huh? Oh, okay. Steph JK in the building. Happy anniversary to Steph JK once again. Let's go ahead and give her some love. Tavia's membership. If you got a membership from Steph JK, or if you got a membership, 10 memberships from Cat Not Williams. Listen, if you got memberships from Jane Lee, Cat Not Williams, Steph JK, Dee Dee, put their names in the chat. The names, as the lead attorney say, the names must be named. All right. So thank you so much, Cat Not Williams, for your love and support. I thank you so much. Thank you so much. You are the best. You are awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, I really appreciate everybody rocking out with you, boy. Y'all ready for the meat and potatoes? Put a 1 in the chat if you're ready for the meat and potatoes. We're about to go ahead and watch this hearing, the Fulton County Board of Commissioners hearing. All right. And we are going to look at the portion of it where the sheriff office are discussing their outstanding invoices. All right. I mean, you can't make this up, right? Thank you, Cat. Cat says 1.41K subs looking good on you. I appreciate, let me, stun like my daddy. Stun like my daddy. You know what I'm saying? No, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Look here. This right here is about to be, again, we about to react to this together. All right. We about to react to this together. I have not seen this in full. I saw about maybe 30 seconds of this. Is a very, very, very short little part that I saw. And I was like, you know what? I got to save this. And again, I don't know if Julie Horn is in the building or not, but she's one of the mods. Shout out to Julie, because she sent me the link to this. And I'm telling you right now, I appreciate you, because we're about to react to this together. I don't know how much of the portion of this part was, but we're about to find out the truth. All right. The truth of it all. Let's go.
And letters that there are certain outstanding invoices that have not been paid by the sheriff, and therefore we as Fulton County will have to make a decision as to whether or not we pay or we ask the sheriff to pay for out of his budget. But the services were provided to the county. We received the services, and theoretically, I suppose we owe for the services that have been provided to us. So that's what's before us, and that's the emergency. And you also heard today during the public comment section, the president of Strategic Securities made some statements again about his situation. So I think it is an emergency. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Michael Schultz, Chief of Staff, Fulton County Sheriff's Office. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, fellow board members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. The Sheriff's Office is at a point where we need your assistance. The Sheriff recognizes that this is his, and I'll go even further to say this is the executive staff of the Sheriff's Office responsibility to manage the amount of funding allocated each year. We take full responsibility for doing so. We need the board's assistance, however, regarding funding, and hope we can work in a more collaborative manner with you to ensure that our jail is safe for our staff and our residents. There have been significant changes in our budget, excuse me.
My bad, I was on mute. I'm sorry. This boy right here is acting all timid and low, and you want to ask for $5.9 million. I need you to speak up. I need you to speak up. All right? This cat right here need to clear his throat and do all kind of mess. Come on now. Let's get to it. Let's get to it, dog.
Fulton County Sheriff's Office. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, fellow board members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. The Sheriff's Office is at a point where we need your assistance. The sheriff recognizes that this is his, and I'll go even further to say this is the executive staff of the sheriff's office responsibility to manage the amount of funding allocated each year. We take full responsibility for doing so. We need the board's assistance, however, regarding funding, and hope we can work in a more collaborative manner with you to ensure that our jail is safe for our staff and our residents. There have been significant changes in our budget. Excuse me. There have been significant changes in our budget and access to funds. Collectively, the county and the sheriff's office with the BOC did not have an opportunity to address this because the fiscal year 24 budget process was already underway. For today's discussion, I have the facts related to the sheriff's office outstanding invoices. I'm asking today for funding of $5.9 million, which will cover the amount of all outstanding invoices.
Hey man, this man got the audacity, dog. I'm sorry. Just the audacity is killing me right now. You have the nerve. After your sheriff lied to the media, you got the nerve to ask for 5.9 million. I mean, I can't believe that. Right. Say it with your whole chest. Say it with your whole chest. I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear no, he clearing his throat and his voice cracking down. The voice crack was crazy. That voice crack was insane, man. His voice cracking and everything. Nah, bro. I'm going to need you to speak up. What you say? What you say, fam? Let's go.
To the sheriff's office outstanding invoices. I'm asking today for funding of $5.9 million, which will cover the amount of all outstanding invoices as well as vendor payment expenses for the remainder of the calendar year. Then, as we conclude our budget process for fiscal year 25 during the coming months, we're respectfully asking that you consider funding our agency at a level for us to operate effectively.
Shout out to Didi, said, Tay Biz, didn't you show the other day their budget went up? I absolutely. Thank you, Didi, for being one that watched and reminding us of this. Again, I showed the adopted budget that they did in January of this year for the sheriff's office alone. It was 146 million. I did not say it out my mouth. I gave you the actual documentation and showed you the budget. It was 146 M's. I'm like, I know I'm not crazy. I know I got glasses on. I know I'm wearing sexy specs. Did I see what I saw? What I saw? I saw. Did I saw what I see? What I saw? I mean, seriously. Look, Kristen says, what part of responsibility are you taking? Go check your bucket. Absolutely. And I love that picture, by the way. It's a cute dog. I'm telling you, man, this is absolutely crazy.
So I'm here to answer your questions.
Okay, Madam CFO. So the request today is for 5.9 million.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that the county manager handed out to each of you a copy of a spreadsheet that I prepared that summarized the information that the sheriff's office had provided to us over the weekend with regard to the amounts that are outstanding and owed to several vendors, as well as some other expenses that the.
You heard what she said, right? How many vendors did she say? How many vendors did she say? Several. Okay. Several. Where is the sheriff? Great question. Where is the sheriff? She said we got several vendors that we need to give some money to. Let me go back a little bit. This lady crazy.
Over the weekend with regard to the amounts that are outstanding and owed to several vendors, as well as some other expenses that the sheriff's office has identified. In that document, what you'll see is that the Sheriff's Department has $2,283,757.18 in amounts that they've identified as being outstanding and owed to third-party entities. Those being Strategic Security Corp in the amount of $1,075,591.77. Leo Technologies, $643,275.
Listen to this. You heard what she said about strategic, right? You heard what she said about strategic, right?
$757.18 in amounts that they've identified as being outstanding and owed to third-party entities. Those being Strategic Security Corp in the amount of $1,075,591.77.
So they owe over $1 million. Your boy Patrick said, "Oh, it's nearly $1 million." No, it's 1.075, brother. You owe them some money, man. You owe them some money, bruh. I'm telling you, dog. Let's keep going, right? I'm telling you, I can't. This is crazy.
Leo Technologies, $643,275.46.
Technologies,
Allied Building Security, $115,866.30. And Axon.
You even owe Allied. You, God dang. You owe Allied, man.
Several vendors, as well as some other expenses that the Sheriff's Office has identified. In that document, what you'll see is that the Sheriff's Department has $2,283,757.18 in amounts that they've identified as being outstanding and owed to third-party entities. Those being Strategic Security Corp in the amount of $1,075,591.77. Leo Technologies, $643,275.46. Allied Building Security, $115,866.30. And Axon for $449,023.65. In addition to that, based on the information that they provided, they have identified 3 areas of additional expense categories. One being the jail counselors that were previously paid from the Inmate Welfare Fund. The total amount for that was $466,680. That's the total contract.
What? I'm sorry. Nope, we got to go back. Didn't I mention the Inmate Welfare Fund? They scrapped it. Didn't I tell you they scrapped it? It was a $5 million fund. They recently scrapped it. Remember, I showed you this. You heard it right here first. You heard it right here live with your boy. I said the Inmate Welfare Fund got scrapped. And the Inmate Welfare Fund. Okay, so Shell said, what is that? That's a great question. So, and that's a beautiful dog. Listen, the Inmate Welfare Fund is monies set aside by the state or county. Well, in this case, it's the county, or it's your city, your county, your state. It could be in that. But this is the Fulton County budget, so this is in the county. They provide, like, there are some inmates that can't afford commissary. They can't afford phone time. They can't afford certain types of things, personal items and things of that nature. So an inmate welfare fund is allocated money set to the side, so that way those particular inmates that don't have money on their books and things like that can get some money on their books. Okay, so sometimes what you'll see is in prison or in jail, sometimes you'll see inmates that do work, right? They'll do some work in there, like they'll clean up, they'll mop, or they'll do whatever, and they get monies on their books for that by the inmate welfare fund. Okay, and so that's what it's for, right? It was a $5 million budget, I believe, for the welfare fund for Fulton County alone, and Fulton County scrapped that fund or scrapped that money recently. I'm going to get the actual information about when, because I'm not sure when, but I know it happened. And so that money is used for those particular things. So there was another guy that I saw on the video who said, and this is what he said. He said that he was in jail with Thug, because I don't think Thug is in Rice Street. I don't believe. I think Thug is somewhere else, and he's in protective custody as well because he's Young Thug. And he was putting monies on other inmates' books so they can call their family, so they can. So they were in this particular video. They were confirming the generosity that Young Thug has for people around him. And so that's what the inmate welfare fund is and what it's for. Okay, so that's important because a lot of guys, they may go to jail or prison or whatever, and they don't have family that can put money in their books, man. And that's what the fund is for. So taking that away is taken away from those inmates. FFS, man. Oh, no pun intended. Oh man, yo, him and Nathan Wade, they're gonna fight for it. I'm telling you, they're gonna fight for the gorilla grip. They're gonna fight for that gorilla grip. All right, here we go. So the welfare fund is something that's allocated, again, a set to the side for. It's basically what it is, a jail EBT. It's a jail EBT. That's basically what it is. But it's set aside for certain things, and there are certain things that inmates have to do or will do to work, and they will get these funds often. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times, and this is what happens a lot of times with inmates when they're in jail or whatever, what they'll do is, if you got money on your phone, right? If you got money for your books, for like your phone and stuff like that, what they'll do is they'll try to steal your PIN number, man, so they can use your minutes for your card for the phone calls they can't make. So they ran out of money or ran out of minutes on their phone time. So now they try to steal your PIN number so they can use your PIN number to make phone calls. Man, it get grimy in jail, yo. Again, your boy know what he talking about. All right, here we go.
Leo Technologies, $643,275.46. Allied Building Security, $115,866.30. And Axon for $449,023.65. In addition to that, based on the information that they provided, they have identified 3 areas of additional expense categories. One being the jail counselors that were previously paid from the inmate welfare fund. The total amount for that was
dude, this is so messed up. They even took the counselors, man. Steph JK got some information. It said it's reported that funds from the welfare fund were spent on things like gift cards for staff, a bounce house, flowers, etc. Man, this is crazy. See what I'm saying? It's crazy. It's crazy.
$466,680. That's the total contract balance for each of those counselors. They did not identify the amount of those contract balances that have been worked and have not been paid for yet. So I don't have an amount that would be considered truly outstanding for services already rendered. So I've identified that as a TBD. They identified the emergency food service that was provided for members of the jail staff and other contractors who work at the jail during the kitchen outage situation earlier this year. That was $111,553 and 71 cents, and a payment to Boyd Elementary School for cleaning of the kitchen after we used that facility, which was $9,723.18. So that's a total of $121,276 in outstanding amounts for those particular services. The total amount for amounts owed to others for contracts, as well as the emergency food service situation related to the jail kitchen outage, is $2,405,034.07. As of today, I was able to confirm through the Fulton County Police Department that they have in fact already paid the invoices for Allied Building Security, so we can take those off the list, bringing the total amount outstanding down to $2,289,167.77. We currently have $2,137,496 set aside in non-agency. That was originally programmed to provide funding for jail overtime for the jail, double overtime for the jail units. However, the board subsequently did not act on the double overtime resolution that was brought forward. So those resources could be used to cover a portion of what is identified as being currently.
Did she just yo, hold on. That was a lot of word salad. Is she talking about a rainy day fund? It sounds like rainy day. Hold on, y'all. It sounds like we just stashing some money to the side just in case something like this happens where we got to take money from other buckets and put it in this bucket. But we got a special bucket that we don't touch at all. And that's the rainy day fund. But we're going to call it something like double overtime and all this other BS. Don't give me word salad. Give me the facts.
Leo Technologies, $643,275.46.
EKPM, you feel what I'm saying? Non-agency funds. What's that? If I live with my wife, right? If I was married and I live with my wife and she got a non-joint account fund, that's called a bank account. Why would she call it a non-marital expense account is what it's called? No. You have an individual bank account is what you got. You got that money just in case things don't work out because you don't believe in this marriage in the first place. So that way you can leave account. I need somebody real in this chat though. I need some real folks in the chat with me though. I need some folks in the chat that's going to keep it a bean. That's going to keep it a whole authentic bean with your boy. That non-agency fund sounds like just in case this marriage don't work. This is a non-marital fund account that I got just in case I need to get a hotel room. All right, I'm gonna leave y'all alone. All right, let's go. Come on, man. Come on, man. Seriously. Green eggs. Come on, now. That's all it is. Chill. I appreciate you, baby. I appreciate you. Dog. Come on, now. A non-agency? What is that? What agency is non-agency? That's just big words for in case this don't work out. In case this don't work out, we out of here. Oh man, FFS once again. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. Thank you so much for the super chat. FFS says, "How the f you not going to pay Axion wait till they cut services to your body cams, and God forbid something happens to a cop, or someone accuses a cop of something horrible that he did, but now you can't disprove it because you ain't pay Axion. Exactly. It sounds like they don't care, right? It sounds like they don't care. It sounds like they don't care at all. Truth Always Wins says at TBS TV, this lady we're watching right now, she's good. She does the accounts for Fulton, and she testified against Fonnie and told what all she's been spending money on. I remember that hearing because that was the same hearing where they had also questioned Ashley Merchant, because Ashley Merchant was finding out that they were misusing funds. Not this lady in particular, but again, like FFS is saying, you know, why are you not paying? You need to pay your bills, man. You need, especially for something like this. Now you have no body cam footage at all. So it's against, I believe it's against the law now to not have body cam if you're a police officer. Or you cannot cut your body cam off. You cannot cut your body cam off. Because I remember, but again, I remember seeing this lady, and she told the truth. Okay. Now the other lady, Miss Wu or Miss Yu, Detective Wu, or whoever, Miss Wu, she was a little bit fumbly to me. She was a little bit on the fumble side to me. And poor Pitts, he didn't know what was going on. Like when they was talking about special prosecutors, he didn't know what the process was. He was like, we just go ahead and, we say we need it and all that kind of stuff. They don't do no background check. They don't do no nothing. So that's why your boy Nathan Wade, who's never done a trial before of that magnitude of Donald Trump, but he got hired as a special prosecutor, the same way the lady got hired as a special prosecutor for the Alec Baldwin case. This kind of stuff is absolutely crazy. You don't even check and see what is what with who. But dog, come on now. She spiritually imperfect said, I'm married but have a non-spousal fund. What the hey, okay. I don't tell people what they do in their household. I feel you. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm talking about the fund, even if you have your own account in your marriage or relationship or whatever, and it's discussed, like what it's for, then that's different. I'm gonna be upfront with it. I ain't gonna have nothing in secret. And then start dipping in things. What we doing that for? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm talking about. All right, let's go.
Allied Building Security, $115,866.30, and Axon for $449,023.65. In addition to that,
okay,
based
my
on the
bad.
information,
My bad. My fault. Spiritually imperfect. I misunderstood you. I apologize. I apologize. Right, that's what she is saying. I'm married but have a non-spousal fund. Exactly. Okay, I got you. I got you. She is saying, basically that's what it is. Like, yo, we together, but hey, I got this over here, man. You ain't gonna know. You ain't know I had this, did you? For sure. For
$449,023.65. In addition to that, based on the information that they provided, they have identified 3 areas of additional expense categories. One being the jail counselors that were previously paid from the Inmate Welfare Fund. The total amount for that was $466,680. That's the total contract balance for each of those counselors. They did not identify the amount of those contract balances that have been worked and have not been paid for yet. So I don't have an amount that would be considered truly outstanding for services already rendered. So I've identified that as a TBD. They identified the emergency food service that was provided for members of the jail staff and other contractors who work at the jail during the kitchen outage situation earlier this year. That was $111,553 and 71 cents, and a payment to Boyd Elementary School for cleaning of the kitchen after we used that facility, which was $9,723.18. So that's a total of $121,276 in outstanding amounts for those particular services. The total amount for amounts owed to others for contracts, as well as the emergency food service situation related to the jail kitchen outage, is $2,405,034.07. As of today, I was able to confirm through the Fulton County Police Department that they have in fact already paid the invoices for Allied Building Security, so we can take those off the list, bringing the total amount outstanding down to $2,289,167.77. We currently have $2,137,496 set aside in non-agency. That was originally programmed to provide funding for jail overtime for the jail, double overtime for the jail units. However, the board subsequently did not act on the double overtime resolution that was brought forward. So those resources could be used to cover a portion of what is identified as being currently outstanding. If we were to use those resources to cover the amounts that I've previously identified as being outstanding, that would leave about $151,671.77 that we would need to find elsewhere to cover the invoices for services that have already been provided. So that's the document that I prepared, trying to summarize what the Sheriff's Office had sent over the weekend related to expenses that are currently outstanding. The document does also identify the annual cost for each of those and what the Sheriff's Office has identified as the amount that is unbudgeted. Those amounts in total were $16.2 million as the annual cost for each of these areas, including overtime for the Sheriff's Office, and then an unbudgeted amount if you include the overtime projection through the end of the year of $8.6 million. My numbers will look a little bit different than the way the Sheriff's Office presented it to us, primarily because of the presentation of the overtime. They included the overtime in the outstanding balance. I moved it over into unbudgeted because the overtime is being covered as it is being incurred. So currently we do not have a large outstanding amount of unpaid overtime, but we have overtime that is likely to be incurred that may not have a funding source. So that's the document that I prepared to present to you. It's a little bit different than what Michael shared, but I think it's just in the presentation. I do believe the outstanding amounts are the same. The difference again is related to the view on overtime.
Yes, sir.
There is one additional change from yesterday, and that's only with the outstanding invoices received from the last invoices received from Strategic. So that they were received yesterday. So that would be the only change.
Thank you, Michael. So there will be some additional costs from Strategic then.
Not only do you owe them money, but you owe them more money. Listen, she said something about the overtime incurred. So basically, it's about to be some overtime that they're gonna have to pay for on top of that. And she moved it. Oh my goodness, man, this is crazy. This is crazy. Shout out to FFS once again. I appreciate, man. FFS is awesome. I appreciate you so much for your support. Says it's not against the law in situations. I talk to a cop all the time, but when he comes around, he leaves his body cam in the truck. Our convos don't need to be heard by anyone. Die if someone heard us talk. I feel that. Yeah. So that's definitely true. Like when it comes to the body cam for a police officer, there are times where it doesn't need to be on, which is facts. But we're talking about, and in times where it do need to be on, what FFS was saying in his last chat is like, yo, you need to pay the company that keeps that running for you, so that way you could be on point. You feel what I'm saying? So absolutely 100% agree on that. Let's go.
Okay, you're not suggesting, your statement, Madam CFO, is that it's 2.2.
Shout out to you. Shout out to you, Ike. I appreciate you stopping by.
2.1, Mr. Chairman, 2.1 is what we have available.
I appreciate you stopping by.
2.289.
2.289.
Right, and then you're suggesting that, you're requesting 5.9 today.
That is in total, as Ms. Whitmore articulated, she broke it up by those that are outstanding.
Everybody put Ike in the chat.
Forecast. In addition, there are some that are not outstanding. For instance, our jail contractors, we've continued to pay them through reallocation of funds internally, but we are not going to be able to sustain that. So we've requested the funding for that going forward. So that is not outstanding. So our numbers.
Hold on. Hold on.
In addition.
Hold on 1 second. What did he say? Because I promise you, Labbit was like, yo, we're going to pay these people who walked off the other day. We're going to pay them from a direct standpoint. And I'm guessing in his mind, he like, I'm gonna go to the board and try to get some money anyway, so we'll be able to pay them. You see what I'm saying? Like he was already trying to get it in, pay it forward off rip. You feel what I'm saying? This is crazy, man.
Ms. Whitmore articulated she broke it up by those that are out.
Right, with a 10% increase. That's facts. With a 10% increase, which is nothing. 10% increase is going to be way more work than they were doing.
For instance,
that's for sure.
Contractors, we've continued to pay them through reallocation of funds internally, but we are not going to be able to sustain that. So we've requested the funding for that going forward. So that is not outstanding. So our numbers do align. They are separated separately based on Ms. Whitmore's categories of what's outstanding and what we perceive as forecast.
But what makes up the forecast? That's what I'm getting at.
What we have forecasted payments to be. For instance, our jail contractors, to pay them for the remainder.
Specifically, the other contractors other than the 3 or 4 here, I need the names of which firms, and the amount.
For Full Circle, one of the contractors, $5,000. Harvey Glenn, inmate caseworker, $24,000. Kenneth Cunningham, inmate caseworker, $23,000. Mr. Habib Ullah, caseworker, $50,000. Sydney Watson, $24,000. Chaplain services, $57,000.
This is the most, I'm telling you right now, this is the most weasel, this is the most weasel-like approach ever to me. So you're telling me that you was not willing to pay the company I was working for directly, right? So that way I could get paid. What you will do is not pay them and then go in front of the news and make it seem like they were not paying me, and then tell the news we're going to pay them directly if they walk away, because we realized that they didn't have livable wages. They wouldn't get paid livable wages. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and pay them, and we're going to give them a 10% increase. But then you don't tell them, like what Sleepy, shout out to Sleepy real quick, just said, but there's going to be a 50% workload increase. So they were security guards. They was checking the doors. They was doing this kind of ancillary work. Now they about to be in the sales with the mates in a minute. They about to be in the units. They're about to be in those units. Trey Lee says, sneaky as a fox. Trey, sneaky as a fox, dog. This is the political approach that I be talking about. This is the political game that they play. This is all to make them look like they taking care of business, and they're not. This is absolutely insane. That's why pitch is like, yo, who are the names of these people that you're trying to keep? Because I'm gonna tell you something right now. You asking for an extra $3 million. The real amount of money you need to pay is 2.9 million. But you're asking for $3 more million for what? Oh, we're going to keep these employees that walked off because we're gonna pay them. We're gonna give them opportunity to work with us. Okay. Well, who are they? The names must be named. Who are they? Oh, it's this person. It's that person. It's this person. An inmate worker, an inmate social worker. Yeah, we're gonna keep them. That's $54,000 a year. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. So these knuckleheads, what they're doing is they're trying to finesse. It sounds like a Woody. It sounds like the state playing Woody. They're trying to finesse this entire presentation of we're trying to give people livable wages. And I'm the sheriff of Fulton County, and I gave livable wages to people that walked off on the job. You should re-elect me. Let me tell you something, man. This is a pay it forward political move. This has nothing to do with those people. It's a game. It has nothing to do with those people. They're asking for the extra money to finish being able to pay them out for the year, because they know that just paying the outstanding bills alone is not going to be enough money for us to keep the people, because we do need help in the Fulton County Jail. So what they're going to do is they're going to go politically. They're going to go the political route and talk about how the sheriff also created jobs for people who lost their jobs because they were not given proper, the vendors were not given proper services. So we had to cut ties with Strategic Security Corporation. Ain't that what he said? We got to cut ties with these people. So we had to cut ties with them. So now we hire some of the people that they had, and we found out that this company was not giving people or paying people livable wages. But me, the sheriff of Fulton County, what I did was I went to the board of commissioners and I asked for a extra money in that bucket so I could give people opportunity to work in our county, because our county not only doesn't need to be safe, but we also need it to be livable, and we need it to be, financially secure. Man, I'm telling you, man, let me tell you something. A sheriff is a political position. You have to elect the sheriff. A sheriff have to be elected. Yes, district attorneys have to be elected. People have to vote for this. These are electoral positions. They are paid by the state. They are paid by their counties. They're paid by their cities. And this dude, I don't even know his name. If somebody can get some information on this dude, he come in all timid, like he just came in to a church rehearsal for the choir. He's like, excuse me, yeah, we ain't been responsible, so and so we have to excuse me, we have to we need he gonna say with his eyes closed, we need $5.9 million. If you could just give us 5.9 million. Say it with your chest, boy. Say it with your chest, boy. I need that 5.9 up off you, player. I need that 5.9 up off you, dog. Yeah, we've been irresponsible. So what? That's what we do. That's what we do. I'm telling you, man, these people are crazy, man. Shout out to D Pill once again. Thank you so much for the $20 cash app. I appreciate you so much. D Pill is always supporting your boy, and she is a mod and she's a member and she rocks out all the time. Everybody put D Pill in the chat real quick right now, man. Ain't this something? Ain't this something? Let's go. Shout out. Thank you, Blue Eyed Hillbilly. I appreciate you. She said, I love the fedora. I appreciate you. Thank you, pretty lady. Appreciate you. Let's go.
All right, Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, Commissioner Barrett, Commissioner Ellis, Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Schultz. I guess what I'm asking this is
Who auntie is this? Nope. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this today. I told y'all I did not see. I knew I should have saw this before. Man, see, now y'all think I'm just you think I'm just stopping the video for no reason. Who auntie is this? We just putting all kind of aunties from the cookout on these political positions. Who auntie is? Who mans is this, dog? Who mans is this? Hey man, I gotta pull up, man. Y'all got me messed up, dog. Y'all got me messed up, dog. Who mans is this, player? Nah, man. Nah, this ain't right. This ain't right. Hold on, y'all. Y'all got to wait. I got to poll. Okay. I got to poll, man. Who mans is this, dog? Huh? Who mans is this that be cooking the macaroni and cheese at the cookout incognito? Who mans is this, dog? Come on now. Y'all ain't gonna do this to me today. It's been a long day. I'm like your boy Ike. It's been too much corruption for one day. Now we got Auntie Nims and Uncle Nims on the board. Harpo, who this woman? Harpo, who this woman, Harpo? Y'all just letting anybody just be. I mean, I'm gonna go. I'm sorry, y'all. I told y'all this is a raw reaction. Y'all thought I was playing. I did not even know that person was there. Okay. Y'all ain't right, man. This ain't right, dog. She the one putting raisins in the tater salad, dog. Come on, man. I'm like your boy Boosie. Come on, man. Come on, dog. Oh my goodness. Come on, man. What is going on? Y'all just elected anybody.
Mr. Habib Ullah, caseworker, $50,000. Sydney Watson, $24,000.
Come on,
services, $57,000.
All right, Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, Commissioner Barrett, Commissioner Ellis, Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Schultz.
I'm sorry, no, I can't. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Today we have an outstanding invoice hearing. And we go, hey man, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Oh my God, come on. I mean, this is crazy, man. What up, though, Mrs. R? Shout out to you, baby. What's up? What up, though? What up, though?
I guess what I'm asking, this is somewhat of an emergency nature. Would you say that this is emergency?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is there a reason that the sheriff's not here?
Oh, okay. My bad, Auntie. Auntie asked a good question. Where my man Jordy at? Where Jordy at? Is Jordy still in the chat? Yo, Auntie said, there you go, Jordy. There you go. There you go. That's it. Now we cooking. Now we about to cook with some fish oil. This is now we cooking. Now we cooking. Everybody put a boom in the chat like DD. Put a boom. That's the $5.9 million question. Where your mans in them? Jordy said the face got serious real quick. Exactly. Green Egg said best question of the day. That's including the trial. That's including the trial. This is the best question I heard today. Where your mans at? Where your mans in them? Real talk. Yo, hey, what up, though? Where your mans in them, bro? You coming in here, we don't even know you. I mean, no offense to the brother, right? We don't know this man. Put a boom in the, look, a boom. The boom's in the chat. Boom in the chat. Boom in the chat. Put a boom in the chat. She got right to, Andy Love said she got right to business. She got right to business. Put a boom in the chat, yo. She said, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, counsel. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Counsel. I appreciate you. I mean, you asked for all this money, player, but where your man's in though, man? Where the homie at? Where the homeboy? Where your homie at? Auntie 10 toes down in there, boy. She like Deep Hill, boom. Look, Steph Jacob, boom. Now I feel bad. Listen to me, huh? Now I gotta take. I mean, now I gotta take it back. I feel you, Steph. I apologize. I was being immature and being loquacious. I apologize. I did not have the right to call her Auntie Nim and who mans is this? I'm sorry. I apologize. That's the $5.9 million question. Let's go.
Commissioner Ellis, Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz.
I guess what I'm asking, this is somewhat of an emergency nature. Would you say that this is emergency?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is there a reason that the sheriff's not here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is there a reason that the sheriff's not here?
That face right there, bam, right there, Kablooski. 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 Listen, is there a reason why your homie is? And look at her over there, right? Look at her right here. She like, yeah, answer the question. Answer the question, bro. Look at this lady in the corner right here. Look at her face. Look at his face. Look at his face, right? And then look at her face in the corner, dog. Look at this lady's face in the corner. She looking like, yeah. Yeah, Uncle Joe. Mm-hmm. Who put raisins in the tater salad? And why your mans ain't here? Got him. Whew. I gotta see that one more time. Let it play, y'all. I gotta see this. This is amazing. Look at her face. She like, and he ain't, and he ain't here.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz.
I guess what I'm asking, this is somewhat of an emergency nature. Would you say that this is an emergency?
Yes, ma'am.
Huh?
Okay, is there a reason that the sheriff's not here?
Ooh.
Well, I'm available to answer the question because I have.
Yo, dog. Hey, dog. He was like, I'm available to Oh my God, bro. Oh, he had the not so comfortable face. Oh my God. Whoo, man, his facial reaction, bro. Oh my God. She like, fam, why the homie in here? He like, I'll say, boy, I'll say.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. I guess what I'm asking, this is somewhat of an emergency nature. Would you say that this is an emergency?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is there a reason that the sheriff's not here?
Well, I'm available to answer the question because I have the information. I'm closer to the information. I'm able to provide all the facts.
Okay. But is there a reason that, I mean, you said it's clearly emergency. I'm just wondering why the sheriff isn't here today in an emergency situation asking for funding.
Well, we have actually several emergencies ongoing at this time. There is a school.
This is called deflection. Libra Lux says she got 2 chicken pot pie. Oh, come on now. Y'all know this ain't right. You can't talk. Come on now. We talked about them Popeyes the other day. Them Popeyes be old. She got them Popeyes. We got to go back to this because he's fumbling. He's deflecting. All right. We clearly he's deflecting, right? Clearly he is deflecting. Okay. He don't know what to say. Because he know he got to make up a story and lie. You are the sheriff. You are the head of this sheriff's office. You are the sheriff of Fulton County. You not here today. This is the board of commissioners for the Fulton County. You're asking for an extra $5.9 million. You not, it ain't clicking to you.
Asking, this is
Thank you,
somewhat of
Steph,
an emergency.
for the super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you. No
say that
comment,
this
no
is
question.
emergency?
Just the love of the game. Thank
Okay,
you
is there
so
a
much.
reason that the sheriff's not here?
I'm
Well,
available to answer the question.
yeah.
I have the information. I'm closer to the information. I'm able to provide all the facts.
Okay. But is there a reason that, I mean, you said it's clearly emergency. I'm just wondering why the sheriff isn't here today in an emergency situation asking for funding.
Well, we have actually several emergencies ongoing at this time. There is a school shooting in Barrow County.
Boy, stop it. Now he just upset it. Now he just gave enough. This is why I can't stand politics, prosecutors. I can't stand nothing about this. Bruh. You said something about school shooting right now. You actually brought that up, fam. That is wrong on so many levels, bro. That is wrong on so many levels. You about to use a school shooting as a crutch to not answer this question. For real? For real? Politicians don't have a soul, man. Thank you. Borough County is an hour away from Atlanta, not even in his district. He is the sheriff of Fulton County. He is the sheriff of Fulton County. Unbelievable, dog. Unbelievable.
Which Fulton County Sheriff's Office is assisting. We have a couple of emergencies at the.
I'm just wondering why the sheriff isn't here today in an emergency situation asking for funding.
Well, we have actually several emergencies ongoing at this time. There is a school shooting in Barrow County, which Fulton County Sheriff's Office is assisting. We have a couple of emergencies at the jail. He's been in several different places today.
Okay. All righty.
That was so whack.
My concern with this.
That was so
first
whack.
of all, let me be crystal clear where I am on law enforcement, where I am on the jail, where I am on the effectiveness of it. I know that it takes money to run it. What I'm confused is, and I hope you can answer this question. It was brought to my attention that there was a building on Old National that is being paid for $10,000 a month by the sheriff's department, and there's no one in the building. The building is not occupied at all. And I don't know if you can answer that right today or now, but I would like to know.
Whoa. I'm sorry, Auntie with the raisins and the potato salad is handling business. Hold on, cuz. Auntie is not for the games. Auntie serious. Oh my goodness. Auntie is not playing with him. Woo. Ooh. And shout out to Devorah, and thank you so much. Gifted 5 Tay-Biz TV membership. Shout out to Devorah, and everybody put Devorah and in the chat right now. Yo, thank you so much. She about to cook him. Let's watch this gourmet meal get served up to my boy. She about to serve him gourmet style. She about to give him some Gordon Ramsay. Okay, mate. Bloody hell, mate. Put the fish in the pan. Come on, mate. Oh my God, mate. It doesn't have any flavor. What are you doing, mate? Put it in the pan, yeah? Okay. Let's go, dog.
At this time, there is a school shooting in Barrow County, which Fulton County Sheriff's Office is assisting. We have a couple of emergencies at the jail. He's been in several different places today.
Okay. All righty. My concern with this, first of all, let me be crystal clear where I am on law enforcement, where I am on the jail, where I am on the effectiveness of it. I know that it takes money to run it. What I'm confused is, and I hope you can answer this question. It was brought to my attention that there was a building on Old National that is being paid for $10,000 a month by the sheriff's department, and it's no one in the building. The building is not occupied at all.
Oh my God. Yo, she is cooking. She is about to serve. You're paying $10,000 a month to a building that is not occupied. For what? And how long have you been doing this? And who are you giving the money to? $10,000 a month for a bando. Okay. I'm just saying. For a bando, okay. Yo, you paying $10,000. You are the sheriff office of Fulton County. You are paying $10,000 a month towards a building that you're not even using or occupying? That's a good question too. Who would have questions? I would have many questions. Who and what is up there? Who is the person who owned the building? Why are you giving them $10,000 a month and it's not occupied? It has no one in it. What are you doing with the money? Why are you doing this? Who owns the building? Who owns the building? This is crazy. This is absolutely insane. Brooklyn said to hold all of Fonnie's files. There was a hearing the other day between Ashley Merchant about the Fonnie Willis case and all that, and lawsuit and stuff. So yeah. I may have to touch on that too. Yo, this is crazy. Let's go.
And I don't know if you can answer that right today or now, but I would like to know, because at the end of the day, all of us are tax-paying citizens of Fulton County, and we're stewards to the tax-paying citizen. But as this information begin to come in, I need to know why, if we've got an emergency, if there's a building on Old National where $10,000 a month has been paid, into my understanding.
What's the address,
and I could
Auntie?
be wrong. This has been over 2 years.
What? Auntie, you cooking good greens. Auntie cooking good greens. Auntie cooking good greens, y'all. She got the greens with the ham, hog, turkey, smoked turkey. She got the good greens. She got the greens with the salt pork, fat back, okay? She got them good greens. She's serving good green. You've been paying $10,000 a month for 2 years to a person who owns a building that you ain't using. I want to know who her investigator team is, dog. Blue-eyed Hillbilly said, TBS TV, are you in ATL? No, I am not. I am from the great city of Detroit, 313 in the building, born and raised. But I had to move to Indy because I am also an IT professional. And I have expanded my career. So now I live in Indianapolis. However, I am Detroit all the way. My nickname here is Detroit. I'm 313. That's why everybody in the chat be saying, what up, though? Because that's what we do in the D. We say, what up, though? Not hi, good morning. No. What up, though? That's how we rock. So that's my background. Auntie with the good greens, though. Auntie with the good greens, though. Shout out to my man Trey. Shout out Detroit. Listen to me. Yeah, you got to take back the raisins and potato salad. Exactly. You got to take that back. Auntie got the good greens. She coming through. She got the greens. She ain't even doing potato salad no more. She cooking greens. I mean greens, dog. Auntie them like, I heard. she like, I heard y'all paying a building on Old National and it ain't even being used. You've been doing it for 2 years, and you've been paying $10,000 a month. Who's gonna go to jail for this? This is what I'm talking about. See, if one of us do this, we're going to jail. If we did the same thing that this sheriff did, we going to jail. Regular citizens do the same thing that politicians do, you're going to jail. They can just do whatever they want to do. Wow. Auntie came through with the pot of greens. She said, skip the potato salad. She doing green. She got smoked turkey in there. She got, and and it's with cornbread. Yep, Pam. Shout out to Pam B with the cornbread, and she got the smoked turkey wings with the salt pork. she using chicken bouillon in that boy, dog. She cut up the onion. She cooking mad greens.
My attention that there was a building on Old National that is being paid for $10,000 a month by the sheriff's department, and it's no one in the building. The building is not occupied at all. And I don't know if you can answer that right today or now, but I would like to know, because at the end of the day, all of us are tax-paying citizens of Fulton County, and we're stewards to the tax-paying citizen. But as this information begin to come in, I need to know why, if we've got an emergency, if there's a building on Old National where $10,000 a month has been paid, into my understanding, and I could be wrong, this has been over 2 years, that is being paid. So I do need an answer to that.
I appreciate you, Melissa.
Information you need on that. I will say, yes, we do have a facility on Old National. We are paying the rent on it. There was negotiations to transfer that lease to the city of South Fulton. That recently has fallen through, but that was ongoing for some time with the assistance of our partners in the county attorney's office and in Dream specifically. But yes, we can definitely get you some more information.
Can you tell me if it's occupied or not?
It is not occupied.
It's not occupied? Okay.
She was batting 1,000. Yo, she just batted 1,000. She went Ken Griffey Jr. Dog. She said, what you ain't gonna do, what you ain't fenced to do is lie to my face, because I know I got my facts right. What you ain't fenced to do, you ain't fenced to do that. She on his head. Okay? She on his head, dog. Oh my goodness. Plot twist. How epic would it be if Fonnie Willis owned the building? That'd be crazy. That would be so crazy, FFS. That'd be insane, dog. Yo, listen to me, y'all. This is crazy. She went Barry Bonds.
A month by the sheriff's department, and it's no one in the building. The building is not occupied at all. And I don't know if you can answer that right today or now, but I would like to know, because at the end of the day, all of us are tax-paying citizens of Fulton County, and we're stewards to the tax-paying citizen. But as this information,
hold on, y'all. We got some breaking info. Let's get to it real quick. Hold on. We got the address to the building. Shout out to Kristen Vasquez real quick. Shout out to Kristen Vasquez. 549. Hold on. Atlanta. See what's get some Google. Get some Google in this boy real quick. Hold on, maps. Let's get maps real quick. Hold on, let's get the maps real quick. Wait a minute. Hold on. You pulled up the address too? This is what I got. Hold on. It's 5549? Hold on, cuz. That's a Jerome. Hold on, I messed up. Is that it? Hold on. Is this it? Somebody put the address in the chat. I got 5549 from Kristen Vasquez. Is that it? She cooking in the kitchen, dog. Kristen cooking in the kitchen, dog. Hold on. And we got the information about the welfare fund too. We about to get into that too. Yo, wait a minute. Hold up. Okay, they're giving us the generic. This Old National right here. They're giving us generic. So 5549 could be. Don't tell me. Hey, dog. Hold on, man. Don't tell me. Y'all, hey. That's a laundromat over there. That's a cleaning care. All right. What's over here? What is this? That's a Conquest Auto Repairs. Hold on. Let's get some. Hold on, dog. Hold on, dog. Let's go across the street. I can't. Hold on, dog. What? Whoa. Hold on, dog. Hold on, fam. Hold on, fam. Wait a minute, dog. Did we just crack the case? This says O'Reilly. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. Hey, man, y'all, come on. Yo. Kristen Vasquez says they used it at some point to put files and records because the one building being used was not enough room. Kristen, wait a minute. You mean to tell me they've been paying? They've been. So this must be the building, right? Hold on, I need to move. Dog, cuz, hold on, cuz. Hey, man, hold on, man. You mean to tell me that they've been giving $10,000 a month for the last 2 years to O'Reilly's or a building that used to be O'Reilly's? Stop it. This can't be real. No, I refuse to believe this. This can't be real. Best deal tires, new and used. This is the address that this lady is talking about. Y'all, tell me. I need somebody in the chat to tell me that I am not seeing this right. It's gotta be me, right? I'm not seeing this correctly. Just like I didn't see the 146 million. I didn't even know that was a thing. The sheriff's office had $146 million. Dude, best deal tires, new and used. This is the building that has. So this must be an adjacent building. This is Suite A. So obviously this must be B. Bruh. So this used to be. Oh my God. This is crazy. This is crazy. It say it closed at 10 o'clock. And see, all this information can be manipulated. You can actually, let's look at the reviews real quick. This is from 4 months ago. Wait a minute. Is this the right build? This can't be it, yo. This come on, man. It says it's open till 10 o'clock. This is crazy, yo. That's the address. That's the address of the building. I don't know, man. I gotta. Yeah, let's do Zillow real quick. Let's do 5549 Old National. Is it Highway? Yeah, Highway. Atlanta. Oops, Atlanta, Georgia. Let's see something. Let's see what we're working with. Okay, that address is not coming up. Wait a minute. Or did it come up? No. She said Old National, right? Let's go back to Auntie real quick. Let's see what Auntie said. Okay, let's go back to Auntie. Because Auntie said Old National.
About contention, about willingness not to work together. I want to go on record. I have no.
Hold on. Let's go back. Let's go back a little bit. Auntie said Old National.
Of an emergency nature, would you say that this is an emergency?
Yes, ma'am.
Hold on.
Okay, is there a reason that the sheriff's not here?
Well, I'm available to answer the question because I have the information. I'm closer to the information. I'm able to provide all the facts.
Okay. But is there a reason that, I mean, you said it's clearly emergency.
I know, right?
I'm just wondering why the sheriff isn't here today in an emergency situation asking for funding.
This is crazy.
Well, we have actually several emergencies ongoing at this time. There is a school shooting in Barrow County, which Fulton County Sheriff's Office is assisting. We have a couple of emergencies at the jail. He's been in several different places today.
Okay. All righty. My concern with this, first of all, let me be crystal clear where I am on law enforcement, where I am on the jail, where I am on the effectiveness of it. I know that it takes money to run it. What I'm confused is, and I hope you can answer this question. It was brought to my attention that there was a building on Old National that is being paid for $10,000 a month by the sheriff's department, and it's no one in the building. The building is not occupied at all. And I don't know if you can answer that right today or now, but I would like to know, because at the end of the day, all of us are tax-paying citizens of Fulton County, and we're stewards.
All right, she said Old National. Let's go ahead and let's look at, hold on. You said the building across. It gotta be somewhere over here. It gotta be, because these photos gotta be old. So it gotta be somewhere over here where it used to be something. And now you said they're storing files there, Old National Center. No, I don't want to go that way. Let's see. This look this this don't look like anybody's in it or doing anything with it. It got to be somewhere in this area. We know that at least. We know that at least. Fulton County Police Old National Precinct. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Ha, Jordy. Everybody put Jordy in the chat. Jordy. Jordy, dog. You gotta become a member or something, man. I gotta hook you up. I got it, man. Wow, dog. Shout out to Kristen. for pointing us in the right direction. Shout out to Jordy. Yo, this is the building, y'all. That means that this street must be Old National. Yep, this is Old National, and this is what it is. So Jerome and Old National intersect. Okay, and this is the building. This is the building that the sheriff department is paying $10,000 a month for. We just cracked it, y'all. Shout out to this is the listen. Let's put Jordy in the chat. Put Jordy in the chat right now, and Kristen in the chat as well. Thank you. We had to figure this out. I know some people are tired of us. They done left and all that kind of stuff. They probably looking at the YSL panel, which if you want to do that, that's what's up, because Kat is my girl. And Nick Starro, man, they be rocking out. But man, listen, let me tell you something. Them windows is black. Listen to me, y'all. Them windows is black. This is what Auntie was talking about. This is what Auntie was talking about. You see what I'm saying, Didi? For real, like why are you paying $10,000 a month? Who owns this building? Who owns this building? $10,000 a month is going towards this building out of their pocket, but they can't pay Strategic Security or Axion or Allied Security. Like, come on, dog. All right, man. Let's get back to it. We shout out to Jordy and Kristen for pointing us in the right direction, dog. As a matter of fact, here's another thing we're gonna get into the hold on, y'all. We're gonna get into the email that I received about the funds from Steph, about the welfare fund and what it's been used for. We definitely gonna get into that for sure. Okay, hold on, y'all. Hold on. Okay. Let's get back to it real quick. Let's get back to the hearing, y'all. Let's go. Blue Eye Hillbilly said TBS TV must be a voting place where the ballots are kept. I'm telling you, it must be. It gotta be. Listen, there was some votes missing, right? That's what the claim is. Yo, let's get into it, yo. This was crazy. Shout out to my man Jordy. I'm gonna have to clip this. I'm gonna have to make a video out of this. This is crazy. People ain't gonna believe this.
To the taxpaying citizen, but as this information began to come in,
shout out to Flesh of the Gods, great content creator. Somebody put Flesh of the Gods link in the chat. Great, excellent content creator. If you want to see something creative or something that is very, very informative as well, yo, and funny, animative, I'm telling you, Flesh of the Gods be on point, man. Shout out to you. Let's go.
with stewards to the taxpaying citizen, but as this information began to come in, I need to know why, if we've got an emergency, if there's a building on Old National where $10,000 a month has been paid, into my understanding, and I could be wrong, this has been over 2 years.
That's crazy.
That is being paid. So I do need an answer to
So we
that.
can definitely get you all the information you need on that. I will say, yes, we do have a facility on Old National. We are paying the rent on it. There was negotiations to transfer that lease to the city of South Fulton. That recently has fallen through. But that was ongoing for some time with the assistance of our partners in the county attorney's office and in Dreams.
Look at her face.
But yes, we can definitely get you some more information.
Can you tell me if it's occupied or not?
It is not occupied.
It's not occupied? Okay. I just would need to know this narrative that I've been seeing in the media play out about contention, about willingness not to work together. I want to go on record. I have no problem having a conversation. I have no problem supporting a request. However, what I do have a problem with is accountability and having a conversation. If you have a conversation with everybody but me, and then when it's time to come for me to look at this, then the questions I have are going to be posed to you, and you may or may can't answer them. So I think if we are going to look at what the Senate report said, as far as the relationship here, because personally myself, I don't speak on this body, and I would never speak on this body. I can only say, when I look at media reports, I feel as though this body is being thrown under the bus, like we're not trying to work with the sheriff, when it is my opinion that majority of the time, when there's a need, we come up. We supply the need. Now with the need, there is an accountability issue. And this is not nothing, Mr. Schultz, that I just started talking about. I've been talking about accountability for a long, long time, because nowhere can you ask for the money and don't expect for a person to ask for accountability. That is the business model of success. If I'm running a business and I'm using money and someone asks me for the accountability of it, I should not be offended and I should not take that personal. Now, maybe that's a conversation that I should not have in this body, but I don't know what time to have it because of the nature of the relationship right now as it stands. Ooh. And so what I'm going to say to you, and I'm not going to become belabored in this point, two things I would like moving forward. I would like some accountability. I would like to be given information not before the full alarm is set off, because with the strategic and county manager says, what's the name of the company?
Strategic Security Corp.
Strategic Security Corp.
Strategic Security Corp has been reaching out to my office, I know, maybe 2 weeks now. And I'm trying to figure out what's going on, that this vendor is coming to the commissioners. And then here again, we're talking about relationships. But any vendor that comes and says, well, we can't be paid because the sheriff's office said you won't fund them, to me gives the message of undermining. Because
okay, so that means that the CEO of Strategic was telling the truth. He was telling the truth. She just confirmed right then and there that she's telling the truth. Yo, you see the building? Listen, here it is. Wait, no, hold on. Where is it? Wait. Here it is right there. There go the building. FFS, that's for you, dog. There go the building right there. That's the building right there. The abandoned building right there. Listen, she just confirmed that he was telling the truth, man. That lets you further know that this is a political move, man. See, it starts off with these little, small, subtle things that you don't normally get on a campaign. You normally don't get it from a campaign. You know what I'm saying? You don't get all these little small nuances. Auntie don't care. I'm telling you, she cooking with the good greens. She cooking with the good greens. She got fat back in them greens. She got salt pork in them greens, man. With the chicken bouillon. With the chicken bouillon. Okay? Yo, let's go. She cooking.
That's not the intention of me. And on the surface, I don't think it's the intention of anybody on this body. But to have that come from an outside vendor to come straight to my office to say that you all are not paying them. And the reason that you all are not paying them, whether you all may not even said that. You understand? I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt because the sheriff's not here. So I can't ask him. So I have to ask you. For a vendor to come and say they're not being paid and they haven't been paid in quite a while. And to say that, well, the reason that we're being told that we can't be paid is because the commissioners are unfunding is unfair. And it already sets us at an adversarial role that should not be there. And so today, I want to go on record saying, I do have a problem with that. I do believe that at some point, the sheriff and this body as a whole are going to have to come to some agreement because we are not going to be able to serve the citizens of Fulton County with this playing out in the media, with this playing out via emails.
Shout out to Sandy.
And so, you know, whether you want to take it as taking it back to him as sincere or me being on a soapbox, I want the listening public to know that the narrative out there and the spin that's being put out there, I'm very disappointed by it. Because at the end of the day, they don't call just the sheriff's name. They don't call just the board of commissioners. They say Fulton County.
Ooh, that's a
now,
fact.
one thing about Strategic was here speaking this morning, but so was other citizens with their concerns about this blank check policy. And we know sometimes.
What did we talk about, man? This is again, what did we talk about? What we talked about before on this channel? We talked about the fact that they do not require or acquire any type of evidence of information that says, okay, we should give these funds to this person. We should give these funds to these people. All you got to do is come and talk to us, and we just hear you out, and then we make a decision right then and there. That's exactly what happened when Fonnie Willis went to before the commissioners about extra money for attorneys because of backlog of cases. And then come to find out, you still don't have enough attorneys, public defenders as well. You still don't have enough to give and render fair services. Services that are supposed to be under the Constitution. It's your constitutional right to be represented in the court of law. And so she could go up there and ask, and the board of commissioners like, okay, we don't have no background check. They didn't do no background check on your boy Nathan Wade. They called him a special prosecutor, and Fonnie paid him $700,000 a year salary. All you gotta do is put your invoices in, bro. Come on now. Come on now. Like this is getting ridiculous. And so she's doing, this is a duality or a dichotomy, if you will, because not only is she saying something about the accountability of the sheriff office, she also saying people are questioning us about this blank check policy. So now I'm putting us on the hot seat too. I'm just one of the members of this board. I'm just one of the members of this board. So ain't no way in the world it's just y'all. It's all of us. She said Fulton County. She's keeping it a whole G. I can't even look. I mean, Auntie, we sorry for earlier, but she cooking with the good grains. She done moved up to the Mac. Now she done moved up to the macaroni and cheese. She was cooking good greens. Now she's moved on to the Mac. She's on mac and cheese right now. She is doing a phenomenal job of explaining this. And I'm going to be real with you. She is very sincere in what she's saying. She's very sincere in what she's saying. I don't see no pretentiousness in her at all. For real. Like she is being real.
Now, one thing about Strategic was here speaking
Exactly.
this morning, but so was other citizens with their concerns about this blank check policy.
Cash me out.
And we know sometimes the citizens don't have all the information, but if you don't give the sitting commissioners all the information and you don't give it to us in a timely manner, then you cannot expect for us to make a decision on something that is deemed as emergency.
Come on
And
now.
so moving forward, I would like to have some type, people can call it a truce, they can call it whatever they want to call it. But from my office, there has to be a better line of communication. There has to be some mutual respect, and there must be accountability. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Him cook now. Cook now. Let him cook. Let him cook.
Let's go.
Mr. Dana Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just because for clarity, Madam Vice Chair, and also because I'd like to see you get what you need to move on, can you be a little more specific about what you want to see in terms of accountability? I'd like to help them help you.
Well, in terms of accountability, I think accountability comes in different forms. For one, we do have a procurement process, for one. For two, we do ask that decisions that are being made that ultimately may affect the taxpaying citizen, and we have to take the burden for that we're not caught in the dark. I think with accountability, when we're talking about a budget, but we're also talking about property that hasn't been occupied and $10,000 of ultimately taxpayers' money being spent, possibly over a 2-year period, that's accountability. So what?
Okay, hold on. Let me help Auntie out with this. Let me help Auntie out with accountability. What she's saying is facts. I get that, right? But there's another component of accountability that people escape, especially people in political positions, and that's called consequence. Accountability means if you're taking accountability, that means you are willing to receive the consequence of any outcome of that particular situation. This has nothing to do with just having more communication. I get that. That's being more communicative is important, absolutely. But let's be honest here. Accountability is taking on the consequences that comes from the outcome of whatever you said you're willing to take. This is why a lot of relationships don't work, because don't nobody want to take consequence for their part in the relationship. What they would rather do is scapegoat you in a relationship to deflect consequence. So that way it makes you look like everything is your fault. The greatest story ever told. Auntie need to make sure that she says things like this. I believe if somebody misappropriate funds that we give them, they need to go to jail. Because Nuck, Little Pistol Starter, and Ray Ray and them, if they misappropriate funds, they call it RICO. When we misappropriate funds, we call it a mistake. We call it bailing somebody out. Somebody has to receive consequence. Why isn't the sheriff there to talk about the $10,000 per month building that they paying for that is unoccupied? He don't want to take no consequence. And the consequence can be embarrassment. It can be going to jail. It can be you just take the L. Don't nobody want to take an L. You don't want to pay the consequence. You don't want to look bad. So that's why you don't. That's why when you break up with somebody, instead of you just keeping it G, keeping it low key, what you do is run to Facebook and run to all these other social media platforms, and you start talking about your relationship indirectly and trying to embarrass somebody else when you're making yourself look foolish. That's what she's trying to tell them. You making us look bad because of y'all. Because of you, now Fulton County looks terrible. You're scapegoating us because you don't want to take responsibility. You don't want to take accountability for what you have done. So you run and tell that to the media to make it look a certain way, and then Fulton County looks crazy. But it's really this department. It's really that department. It's really that particular organization. It's really the Public Defender Council leadership that needs to be under scrutiny. But you won't do that because it's going to make us all look bad. So even you all will protect each other. It's like a dysfunctional family. They can hurt each other all day long, but if you try to correct them as a family, they will defend themselves against you because they would rather live in dysfunction. This is Fulton County, a dysfunctional family that will defend its own foolishness. And the taxpayer are the ones that's being, I would say, squeezed out financially. The taxpayer is the scapegoat. Now you make us look stupid that we voted for you. You said you was going to do this, this, and the third. Now we can't even trust you. And that's the problem with us, man. You know good and well that you are an issue as well in this relationship. I'm going to tell you something. If you ever go out on a date with somebody, all of y'all that's dating, if you ever go out on a date with somebody and the first thing that person does is start tearing down the person that they was with, they're the ones that's trying to take the use. They're the ones that's the issue. You got to read between the lines, man. You got to listen to what people don't say. And you will get more information. Listen to what they're not saying. What you're not saying is that somebody need to go to jail for stealing money or misusing money. Somebody need to be indicted, charged, investigated. Something needs to happen. There needs to be consequence for your actions. So Auntie on the right track. We just trying to get on the right train. Or she on the right train to get on and we need to get on the right track, however you want to slice it. Because at this point, nobody has taken accountability, including the board. So let's go.
What I'm saying today openly to you and the sheriff's office is that I will never, ever tell you what's best for how you to run the sheriff department. That is not my lane. I'm not going to do that. But what I am going to ask is for accountability, to ask the questions and give the answers in a timely fashion. Because Strategic reaching out to me as a commissioner and I knew nothing about it, to me speaks to an accountability issue. I don't know whether this situation with the non-payment of them been going on 4 months, 7 months, 8 months. Do you understand? I would rather for the sheriff to tell me what's going on or to tell this body or to tell the county manager than to find out about it in the news. That's accountability.
Fair enough.
So are you getting an understanding of where I am on this?
I mean, I think what I'm hearing is, and I think there is, I do think it is safe to say, I mean, the state reported it, you know, I think it is safe to say that there is not a good relationship right now between this body and the sheriff. And so,
shout out to
I think
FFS.
there is, it sounds like what I'm hearing is communicating early and often when problems arise, when there's something that can't be paid. That's what I'm hearing, like more communication, I think, writ large is what I'm getting from that. Would you say that's true?
Well, I don't know if a good relationship
Well, I was on the more communication part. That was the question.
is the right word for it, because from time to time, this whole body right here, I might not have the best relationship with, but I'm going to respect you. I'm going to have a conversation with you. So I don't know if good relationship is the best word for it. I think the lines of communication, like I said earlier, respect going both ways, and understanding at the end of the day, this is not adversarial. Me asking for accountability is not adversarial, because the money comes from the taxpaying citizen. So that's what I mean.
Fair enough. On that front,
excuse me 1 second. You were getting ready to say something, Mr. Schultz.
If I may.
Okay, go ahead.
I believe the sheriff does agree and understand and has a willingness to collaborate. I have reached out to each chief of staff to provide more information, and asked if they would like to be more up to date. We can do a better job, and we will do a better job of communication, providing information. That's not an issue. I believe that's something that the sheriff and his entire staff would like to do. So I can say that much. As far as the reaching out from.
If that's the case, then how come he's not there? See, this is another bucket of BS that I'm listening to. It's word salad, man. If he wants to salvage and reconcile the relationship, then why isn't he there? If I mess up with my lady, why am I sending my homeboy to tell her how I feel about how sorry I am about what I did to her? If you hurt your man, why are you telling your mother so your mother can talk to me about the fact of what you did to me and your mama wasn't there? Why are you sending people? You don't want to salvage this relationship. You want to use me. You want to salvage your own ego. You want to salvage your own image. You don't want to reconcile with me because you've done this so many times. That's basically what the board is saying. You do it all the time. You get into a jam and then you come to us. You use us for a bank account so we can approve a bank account, and then we put our name on it and say this is what we need the money for. And then when we give it to you, you don't do right by it.
That's something that the sheriff and his entire staff would like to do. So I can say that much. As far as the reaching out from Strategic CEO, I do understand your concern, and I do understand getting that information late. That is something that we have to acknowledge. But I will also say that we have been in constant communication with them, despite what has been said. Excuse me. In fact, while I was on the phone with the CEO, me personally, while I was on the phone with him, the staff received a text from the company to telling them to walk off the job. And this was before their.
See, this is the same old political BS that Patrick Labette said. Yes, they need to walk off the job because they ain't getting paid. Yes, you need to leave because your time is money. I'm not going to be able to pay you for the time that you're there, so you need to leave. I'm telling you now to leave because you're not going to get paid for the rest of the day. Why would I tell you to stay and I know I can't pay you because these people haven't paid me to pay you? Now you got Ving Rhames 2.0 trying to tell us and snitch on the fact that the CEO told everybody to leave. Yeah. That's not new news. Why would I stay somewhere I'm not getting paid? I submit an invoice. I get paid. You want me to give you 5.9 milli? And then you want to throw in my face, oh man, the CEO said that we need to leave. They had to walk off. Yeah, they walked off because you're not paying them to pay them. Such a
their stated deadline. And so we have been in communication, but
the deadline was August the 29th. They gave you 6 extra months. You owed them money since February. They gave you 6 extra months, my boy. This is a goofball.
Text from the company to telling them to walk off the job. And this was,
hey, her face right here is so she's like the little amen lady in the side that's like always believe what her pastor say. And she'll never check the Bible for herself. That's what she's standing like. That's what she's looking like right now, dog.
Before their stated deadline. And so we have been in communication, but and at that time we were also working to try and build good faith efforts. I promised him that I could not do an entire payment, one of the larger payments, but I told him when I talked to him last week that going forward, I was trying to make sure that we did pay something to make sure that as we were working towards a resolution, one of my propositions was to use the $2.1 million that was set aside non-agency for the sheriff's office that we don't have access to. It was specifically for that, and that's what the efforts we were working towards. When I made that promise to him to make some small payment last week, I think I talked to him on Wednesday, and I told him that I could promise that, I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday of last week, and I told him that I would promise to make a payment to him, and it was for the staff that they provide at the South Annex. It was $19,000, and that posted on Friday. And so as we were in negotiations, he was continuously reaching out otherwise, which kind of hampered the negotiations. So as far as what I initially said about the collaboration, I definitely stand by that, and we stand ready and willing to do that.
This dude is terrible.
Speaking to the
Sent the wrong man down there.
The question of how the invoices sort of get paid and how much gets paid and how the CFO interacts with all of that or her team over in finance. Can you just, for the sake of me and anybody else who wants to learn more about this, how does that process work from your end? The invoices are mailed to you, to your office, and then what happens from there?
So,
ma'am, that is such a dumb question. That is such a dumb question. I provide service based upon an agreement that we have. And then once I provide the service, you pay me for what I gave you in service. Okay? You pay me. What I do is send you an invoice letting you know how much you owe me for the service that I gave you. What you mean, how does it work? It works exactly like that. That was so stupid of a question. And look at her stupid face. I'm sorry, y'all. See, again, raw reaction. I apologize. I'm not trying to call people stupid. I'm not trying to be like this, but I'm just saying, man, this is just ridiculous. What you mean, how does it work? When I give you an invoice, it's because I already did the work for you. What is the problem? The problem is he waited to he said last week, Tuesday, right? Last week, Tuesday was August the 27th. The deadline was August the 29th. You wait until 2 days before the deadline to say, hey, I'm going to give you $19,000 when I've been giving you services since February and you haven't paid me. I've been doing you a solid, man. Based upon relationship that I got between myself and Fulton County. Now, the sheriff's office inside of Fulton County wants to act like they can't pay your boy. So what I did was I told all my soldiers, get off your post because it's too little, too late. Unbelievable. How does the invoice work? What do you do? I mean, do we get sent to you? Do it get sent to us? Who you think it gets sent to? The sheriff office is the one there. Who you think they sending the invoice to? Listen to this dumb question.
Or her team over in finance. Can you just, for the sake of me and anybody else who wants to learn more about this, how does that process work from your end? The invoices are mailed to you, to your office, and then what happens from there?
So this particular invoice created some challenges that we're not used to. They were outside of the normal process. And it initiated, it was upon initiation of the whole contract last year. In October of last year, September and October of last year, it was more specifically in September, we were undergoing some staff changes. Some of them were associated with some spending out of the wrong funds type thing. So we had some staff changes, in our financial leadership in the agency. Some of the invoices, well, all of the initial invoices went to that particular email.
Oh, gotcha.
And that took, I can say specifically, 79 days for that first initial invoice before we realized that we weren't getting the invoices. And so later, I think in November 3rd, we made up for it after capturing a lot of the invoices that were going to the wrong email and paid those. After that, they became a little bit more regular. Let me see, just a second. I can tell you that.
This dude is fighting for his life right now.
After that, for instance,
Come on, man.
From the date of invoice, and I'll just start at October 16th of 2023. That was the invoice date. It was sent to, it was vetted. There's a process that we have to go through once we get an invoice. Once we get the invoice, we send it to jail command. They have to vet the invoice to make sure that all of the hours and the people are appropriately charged on that invoice. Once everything has been vetted, we process that through our finance unit, who sends that to the county accounts payable. County accounts payable received, or we sent it on October 24th, and a check was issued on November 3rd. So there was no delay in that particular aspect. And so that took about 18 days. And so if you look at most of 2023, most of them were in that range, except for the earlier invoices. And so every invoice in 2023 was paid. The amount on the invoice was paid exactly, so there was no shortage.
So generally speaking, the amount of time it takes from when the invoice comes into you, putting aside the email confusion, to the vetting process through jail command to getting it over to accounts payable is about how many days?
It can take up to maybe a week or so, maybe,
So get an escrow account. I mean, what are we doing? What's going on? Dude, get an escrow account, put the monies in the escrow account, and withdraw the money every month from the escrow account. That way you don't have to think about it. And you can also schedule payouts to a vendor. This is really not hard. This is really not hard. Get an escrow account. And you know what would be helpful if you do that? What will be helpful is the fact that you're letting the company know that you actually have money available. I mean, pooling money from one big place and then trying to dissect all of that money in that one big place, dude, that's not best practice. Take money from this account, have another account that's escrow where it shows that you have the actual money and you can pay it from that account. Private companies do this all the time, especially the NBA, the NFL. The NFL has when they do a guaranteed part of the contract, the NFL, when they play, you remember, if you ever see a contract with an NFL player, you'll see two different type of things. In one contract, you might see a fully guaranteed, and then you'll see a guaranteed part of the contract. Anytime monies is fully guaranteed, if money is fully guaranteed in an NFL contract, that money that's fully guaranteed goes to an escrow account and it gets sent to the player up front. Up front. Guaranteed in an NFL contract is paid over a certain amount of time, but it's still put in escrow to show that they have the money, but they schedule the guaranteed money out. That's different. Jordy said, "Now, Tay, that would be too logical." Oh man, dang, I messed. I'm out of here, then, dog. I'm trying to understand this. It's not that hard. It's not that hard, man. Seriously. All right, Jordy. I feel you, man. Why did I do this to myself? I did this to myself. I did this to myself. Let's go.
No judgment. I'm just want to understand.
The invoice days are the actual date that the invoice was generated. So I can't tell you the exact date that we received it.
Sure.
And so it may be a delay in that as well. But
Yeah,
I would say generally, our finance unit working with county works very well, and the process is pretty smooth. And I would say generally.
Hey, shout out to Julie. This is Julie. I appreciate you. She said, oh, that's Steph. My bad. I thought I got y'all mixed up. My bad. I appreciate you. Listen. Thank you so much. We are doing this because you sent this to me in the email, and I was going to do a video for it, but I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do this live and just do a raw reaction to this. And this is what we're doing. So I appreciate everybody. Put Julie in the chat right now. This is one of the first mods when I did my first live. It was Julie. It was D Pill. It was My Take TV. I think I saw him in the chat. Chill, of course. Let's see. Drea. Drea is awesome, man. I love Drea. Like, so everybody, like, I appreciate you all. So these mods that you see, they're the first mods that were on that was on my channel. So when I did my first live, the mods that you see were the first people on my live. And I said, when I go live for the first time, I'm gonna make these people my mods. And they stood throughout the whole live. All right, they stood throughout the whole live. So shout out to all the moderators. Matter of fact, put some mod love in the chat. Put some mod love in the chat. I love you too, girl. Put some mod love in the chat. All right, it's all love. It's all love. That's right. Look at that. My Take Julie. There you go. Put Julie in the chat. Cat Not Williams still in the building. Let's go, Cat. All right, you really rock with your boy. You really rock with your boy. You hear me ranting, right? You hear me ranting and raving, right? And Cat been working all day. Cat has been working all day. So I appreciate you, Cat. Let's go. Let's watch Ving Rhames 2.0 lie, basically. let's watch Ving Rhames 2.0 from Baby Boy lie, okay? Okay. Kathy A, thank you so much, and I love your photo as well. Thank you so much. Says love your energy, Tay. I appreciate it. I try to come with the love, man, because that's what it's all about. It's all about the love, man. It's all about love. Cat Not Williams said I circled back, just left the Zoom. Oh yeah, that's right. You did have you had an evening Zoom call or something like that, or a meeting tonight. So that's right. So I appreciate you always holding me down. I really do. Yo, FFS is right. Cat Not Williams is the GOAT streamer, man. I'm telling you, she the GOAT, man. She definitely the GOAT. And she showed nothing but love. And I'm the same way. I'm in that same vein. I show nothing but love. Look, here go the love. Purple Hearts, the love. You know what I'm saying? Biz Nation in the building. All the mods. I love all my mods, man. And I love all the support that you all give me. Again, Aries1 sending me the Cash App saying thank you for covering this. I appreciate it. D Pill as well with the Cash App love and being a member. I'm telling you, we're going to go through the list again of all the people that support. So if y'all still here, man, stick around, man. I want to shout y'all out, okay? I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Let's go.
Maybe a week or so, maybe,
No judgment. I just want to understand.
The invoice days are the actual date that the invoice was generated. So I can't tell you the exact date that we received it.
Sure.
And so it may be a delay in that as well. But
Yeah,
I would say generally, our finance unit working with county works very well, and the process is pretty smooth. And I would say generally, we try and tell everybody that it's net 30 days. That was generally handled in that same nature last year. This year, we had other challenges. And it started at the beginning of the year, which everybody knows. It started with the cyber attack and some other issues. So we've had various issues throughout. And so there were significant delays early on and then later as well. But generally, I would say, excuse me, from the invoice date, it may take approximately 40 days.
Okay. And so on the outstanding invoices that are currently sort of in the mix for this 1,075,000, whatever it is total, how did that process break down on those particular invoices? Did it take longer to get over to accounts payable? Because it sounds like they're saying they didn't know about this at all until this last week or something.
So actually, the county.
Thank you, Irish. I
finance
appreciate
unit,
you.
Was great at notifying us about the discrepancy late last year because it was recognized early on. The budget team, specifically, I talked to them and relayed that to our finance person at the time. Again, that goes back to that change in financial administration.
Mhm.
So the initial 2 calls that I received from county finance that said, this doesn't look right, you may want to look at this, was relayed to our staff. It did not properly get addressed. That is our internal issue. So once that issue was recognized, the budget process had already started.
So I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to make sure I'm getting the question answered. So on the current outstanding invoices for 2020, right now, the bills that are outstanding, they took how long to get from you to accounts payable?
I don't think they've been submitted yet because they're out of spending authority in their purchase order.
Oh, the CFO, the CFO downed them out, dog. Hey, yo, the CFO said, honestly, they full of it because they ain't did nothing. They ain't did nothing. Listen to me. Thank you, Jordy. Jordy, thank you, man. Hold on, Jordy. Discrepancy is when you have one little issue and fix it right away. Exactly. Okay. Like, seriously. You're right, Julie. He does not answer questions at all. He don't answer questions. Shout out to AI Designs. I appreciate the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Well, the I think that's pounds. Super chat. I definitely appreciate it. Oh, super sticker. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Thank you so much. Julie said Tay gets worse. Oh God. All right. Okay. I'm telling you right now. Isn't this insane? You cannot use discrepancy when you owe me for the last 6 months, bro. I want my money, man. I want it now, too. Give me my money. Let me take the glasses off, man, and tell you how to give me my money. I want my money right now, dog. That's how they need to do it. I bet you they get that money right in. Yeah, county. Yeah, sheriff. You want to do like the old man? I need that money, okay? I need that cash. You feel me? Okay, baby. Need that money. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Hey, Earl. Need that money, Earl. Okay. You can't use no discrepancy. You've been on me for the last 6 months. Are you crazy? I can't believe he said the word discrepancy. People, I'm sorry. I don't understand. Okay. Oh my God.
2 calls that I received from county finance that said, this doesn't look right, you may want to look at this, was relayed to our staff. It did not properly get addressed. That is our internal issue. So once that issue was recognized, the budget process had already started.
So I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to make sure I'm getting the question answered. So on the current outstanding invoices for 2020, right now, the bills that are outstanding, they took how long to get from you to accounts payable?
I don't think they've been submitted yet because they're out of spending authority in their purchase order for this particular contract. So they haven't gotten to the point where they've processed them on their end and sent them over to accounts payable for accounts payable to be able to pay them.
Okay.
Well, we initially started to try and address that. That's when I made the suggestion or proposition to use the $2.1 million in non-agency to address it. That was a couple of months ago when we were trying to formulate that and get that before the board. There was several months ago, we came before the board in executive session regarding some security-related issues. At that time, we wanted to bring more, but that was not an appropriate venue, being executive session, to discuss all of the items. So that was the first time that we were going to present it before the board. And so it has not been presented to the county because we have to have the funding mechanism set up to present the payment for processing.
This dude is full of it. Julie said, Tay, you work with numbers for your job, right? Yes, I submit invoices on a weekly basis. This is what he's talking about is asinine to me. Okay, and he's terrible at representing the sheriff. But you know what's so funny? Remember the video that we did when we talked about, I think we went live and we talked about the sheriff. He said something about a bucket. this non-agency situation. This non-agency situation is this bucket that he was probably talking about. Like, yo, we could probably get into that non-agency situation. You feel me? Yeah, he not fooling nobody right now. He not fooling nobody. Let's go back a little bit. But I think that's what the sheriff was talking about when he said, we're going to go into it. The sheriff said they have a budgetary issue, and he said something about going into a bucket. There's another bucket that we got to go into, and I think they were counting on this non-agency fund bucket, if you will. And yeah, this is not good for my man's right now.
Formulate that and get that before the board. There was several months ago, we came before the board in executive session regarding some security-related issues. At that time, we wanted to bring more, but that was not an appropriate venue, being executive session, to discuss all of the items. So that was the first time that we were going to present it before the board. And so it has not been presented to the county because we have to have the funding mechanism set up to present the payment for processing.
Okay. So the reason it wasn't, okay, so let's back up. How much did we spend with Strategic Security in 2023 total?
We spent $766,000.
That the whole year?
For 2023, we didn't start using them until August of last year.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. I understand. So that was like basically 1 quarter's worth of.
Basically.
Okay. So the total, the budget should have been set out for 2024 based on that amount, but spread out for the full year.
Absolutely.
And what would that total have been if that had been done?
It would have been about 4.6 million.
So that would have been, and that somehow that math wasn't done properly and put into the budget.
Wait, did he say $4.6 million? What is going on with Ving Rhames? What is going on with Ving Rhames 2.0? I don't understand. Understand. Shout out for the love, man. People that's enjoying the chat. I appreciate the ones. I just want to make sure. I want to make sure I do y'all justice, man. I just want to make sure, yo. For real. I appreciate the support and the love. Did I hear him say 4.6 millions? I mean, we just like, if it wasn't for the CFO actually creating her own list or creating her own document with the finances down to the penny, then we wouldn't have the accuracy in the conversation that we're having right now. It's because of that lady's, it's really because of that lady's dissection of the money that we're able to pinpoint certain things. Because if we left it up to my mans, we're not pinpointing jack. We're not pinpointing jack, yo. This is crazy work. 4.6 million, dog. This is nuts, man. I went back a little bit so I can make sure I heard that correctly. All right, let's go.
We didn't start using them until August of last year.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. And so that was, and so I understand. So that was like basically 1 quarter's worth of.
Basically.
Okay. So the total, so you were, the budget should have been set out for 2024 based on that amount, but spread out for the full year.
Absolutely.
And what would that total have been if that had been done?
It would have been about 4.6 million.
So that would have been, and that somehow that math wasn't done properly and put into the budget.
Somehow that math wasn't mathing. Just go ahead and say it. Just go ahead and say it. Just go ahead and say it. That, so that math wasn't really mathing, was it? Hell no. Hell to the no. Oh God. Oh God.
Been, if that had been done.
It would have been about 4.6 million.
So that would have been, and that somehow that math wasn't done properly and put into the budget properly for, okay. And so that's where you're saying the budget process had already been started. So at what point did you all realize that that was off? What needed to happen and what was budgeted?
Early in the year, excuse me, early in the year, we began forecasting, and paying bills, and we began to reallocate money. We've paid some of Strategic out of our operating as well as other. I think it's worth noting that not only did we make mistakes internally as far as our finance group in budgeting this, we also were severely impacted by the change involving the inmate welfare unit.
Here we go. Here we go. You heard what he just said? They made a change in the inmate welfare fund. You see where we going with this? You see where we going with this? Okay. Here we go. I heard that.
Budgeting this. We also were severely impacted by the change involving the inmate welfare unit. With that, we took on additional cost that impacted our operational budget. And so we were attempting to reallocate internally and make a way through some of our changes in how the inmate welfare money was used and how we had to pay jail contractors, how we had to pay other normal operating costs that normally would have come out of there that we just accepted. So it was a culmination of things that, caused us to get where we are.
Yeah. Okay. I was just trying to understand that process. So I appreciate that. I may come back with some more questions. But
No, fam. You got to unravel that. What changes are you referring to? Fam, hold on. Okay, let's keep going.
But that's all I have for right now.
Chairman, excuse me, Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So just since we were talking about the strategic security, I want to continue on that just so I understand this. So, all right, first off, this particular contract, there was no procurement process that went through the county. This was a contract that was signed directly by the sheriff. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So the expenditure, as you noted in last year for this, was $766,000.
Yes, sir.
For services between August and the end of the year.
Yes. And
Okay.
with that money, we were able to pay that last year out of our budget using salary savings.
Okay. All right. And the value of this contract that was entered into this year was, on an annual basis, was 4.6 million?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, all right. Even though I sort of said liberally, you know, that 766,000 was for 5 months. If I just moved that to a quarter,
so
that didn't roll up to 4.6 if on an annualized basis.
So the contract is paid based on the FTEs, the employees and that was initially why the invoicing, the early invoices from last year were lesser amounts.
Okay.
It took them less time to staff up. They had, I think at that time we were averaging about 25 or so employees, where today we're averaging over 70.
Okay. So all right. So, but the amount entered in, the amount that was in the budget for 2024 was 1.4 million?
I believe so.
Is that the amount? 1.4, 1.38?
It's like 1,320,000.
And what has been expended? What have we paid, putting aside any amounts in dispute? What have we paid to Strategic Security so far this year?
We paid $1.6 million.
1.6 million.
What?
Okay. And you've known for how long that there have been amounts unpaid that they have requested payment for? How many months?
June, July, and August.
Okay. All right. So over 90 days at this point. Okay. There's one other contract, I believe, with Leo Tech. That contract, that was not a county procured thing. That was a contract entered in directly with the sheriff, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So another.
I'm sorry. I have to correct that. There is no contract on that one. That was month to month.
That was month to month.
Okay. So there's no contract, but it was a month-to-month arrangement that was entered into directly by the sheriff's department.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So no engagement with the county procurement on that. There's a entity, Axon. Is that a contract is there a contract that exists with that?
Did I hear them say, hold on, wait a minute. Did I hear him just say, and again, I'm listening intensely here. I heard him say something about, first he affirmed that it was a contract with Leo Tech, and then he said it's not. It was month to month directly with the sheriff. Oh, bruh, what are y'all doing, bruh? Fam, Sandy, I'm just saying. What?
Yes, we have a contract with Axon.
Okay. And that's a contract that didn't go through county procurement, but was entered into directly by the sheriff.
That's correct. However, if I may speak on that was one of the items that I was referencing when I mentioned the change in funds. This was initially paid out of the Inmate Welfare Fund. It was requested in our FY24 budget, which was not passed. It was denied, and the we were not aware at the time that this was being paid out of the inmate welfare until after.
Stop. No, you did not. No, you did not just say that. No, you did not just say that. Fam. No, you did not just say that. You did not just say that. You did not just say that, bruh. Did y'all hear what he said? Did y'all hear what he said? Did y'all hear what this man said? Listen. Hold on. Here it is. There you go. 120 seconds. We ripping a page out of Cat's book right now. 120 seconds to rant, vent, go crazy right now. Go ahead. Go ahead, chat. Go ahead. I heard him say that we did not. You got to listen to words. Words are very powerful, man. They have meaning. He said we didn't realize it was coming out the inmate welfare fund. How did you not realize that? First of all, the inmate welfare fund wasn't even in the expenditures. The inmate welfare fund was not in the expenditures. We saw the budget ourselves on this channel. Nope. Nah, dog. We saw the inmate welfare fund on this channel. It was not a part of the expenditures. That has nothing. The welfare fund for the inmates has nothing to do with making sure that your body cam footage works. This is wrong on so many levels. Shout out to I Am Shout. And I appreciate you becoming a member of the channel. Thank you so much for your generosity, my brother. I appreciate you. But we must rant and rave. Thank you so much for being a member. This is absolutely insanity, dog. That is not that fund. That was $5 million in that bucket, man. I showed us on this channel that budget. And they said it was reported. Let me say it the right way. It was reported that the fund got scraped for some reason that they did not give. Now we see where it was going. You were taking money from something that had nothing to do with you. Yo, man. Oh my God, man. This is nasty. Let's lead back into it. Let's go.
Directly by the sheriff.
That's correct. However, if I may speak on that one, that was one of the items that I was referencing when I mentioned the change in funds. This was initially paid out of the inmate welfare fund. It was requested in our FY24 budget, which was not passed. It was denied, and we were not aware at the time that this was being paid out of the inmate welfare until after the budget was submitted, and so when the invoice was due in December, we paid that 2023's invoice out of our 2024 operating funds. So the amount requested is to cover what will be due later this year.
Okay. Just so kind of the listening public kind of understands what takes place when we have situations in the rest of county government there are times when we have a point in time when we know that we've got a service that we need more money than we had potentially contracted for. We recently had discussion, I think, around several things, but we had one lengthy one about senior transportation, for example.
You know what? Let's pause for 1 second. Let's talk about the inmate welfare fund real quick. Since we look, I got time today. Let's go. Hold on. We about to do this real quick. We about to do this real nasty. Like, hold on 1 second. This is absolutely insane. So the inmate welfare fund was misappropriated because let me tell you something. Shout out to, I believe Kristen sent this to me about the inmate welfare fund was misspent on gift cards, uniforms, and the like. Hold on. Let's look at the report. Let's look at what they reported. Let's look at it. Listen, we cooking with fish grease today. I don't care. Ms. Kate in the building just became a member of the channel. Thank you so much for your generosity and becoming a member of the channel. Everybody put Miss Kate and everybody put I Am Shout in the chat and welcome them into the Biz Nation family. Okay? We're about to go into this real quick. This is nasty work. Let's go.
More trouble inside a local jail that's seen its fair share of problems. Thousands of dollars earmarked for inmate care, instead spent on flowers, gift cards, and for staff and more. We are now Channel 2 with Channel 2 investigative reporter Mark Winnie. He's live at the Fulton County Jail. Mark, you questioned Sheriff Pat Labat about the money mismanagement.
Well, Fulton County Sheriff Pat Labat says after questions about spending from the Inmate Welfare Fund came from various quarters, his office investigated and found many expenditures that simply were not proper, not for inmate welfare. He says this was a factor in 2 firings so far, and he wants to be open about what's going on, hence our exclusive interview.
Oh, really? He wants to be open about it? Really?
Bills had been paid out of the Inmate Welfare Fund that didn't really relate to inmate welfare.
Well, there are some things that were paid out of the wrong account.
Fulton County Sheriff Pat Labat says the money in the Fulton County...
As soon as he moves his mouth, it's a lie coming out there, boy. Did you hear what he just said?
There are some things that were paid out of the wrong account.
Fulton County Sheriff Pat Labat says the money in the Fulton County Jail Inmate Welfare Fund comes from commissary purchases by inmates of snacks and so on, and from inmate phone calls. But he acknowledges some folks at the sheriff's office have made some bad calls about what to buy with the fund. That while most purchases since the start of 2021 appear proper, some purchases appear to have nothing to do with inmate welfare.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars that we have uncovered, if you will.
And some are in a gray area.
We have really thoroughly investigated.
I'm sorry, it was Steph. That's right, Steph. Let me clarify. That's right. This is the Steph sent me this article. This is 2023. However, it still relates to what we're talking about tonight. Because of what happened in 2023 is the reason why we're looking at a $5.9 million ask from the sheriff's office. Because of what you did last year, when you said that you paid over $700,000, now you asking for $5.9 million because of what you did in 2023. So this is going back to see how we got here in the first place. This is what this is. So this is current because it raises issue for sheriff's office to even ask for $5.9 million in the first place. And shout out to Iris Gradinov. I'm sorry, Iris Gradinov. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Put a 1 in the chat if I said that correctly. Iris Gradinov has become a YouTube member, has become a member of the Biz Nation family. Thank you so much for being a part of our family. Listen, this is the reason why we are having a hearing on September the 4th, 2024 for $5.9 million because a misappropriation of things is spent from the inmate welfare fund last year going into this year, which was still a $5 million fund. It had nothing to do with anything with the sheriff's office. And I said that. I said that was a $5 million budget that had nothing to do with the expenditures for the sheriff's office. It had nothing to do with it. This is the reason why we pinpointed this out. Oh, let's get it, man. Let me go back a little bit.
And he wants to be open about what's going on, hence our exclusive interview. Bills had been paid out of the inmate welfare fund that didn't really relate to inmate welfare.
Well, there are some things that were paid out of the wrong account.
Fulton County Sheriff Pat Labatt says the money in the Fulton County Jail Inmate Welfare Fund comes from commissary purchases by inmates of snacks and so on, and from inmate phone calls. But he acknowledges some folks at the sheriff's office have made some bad calls about what to buy with the fund. That while most purchases since the start of 2021 appear proper, some purchases appear to have nothing to do with inmate welfare.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars that we have uncovered, if you will.
And some are in a gray area.
We have really thoroughly investigated.
The sheriff says he saw an ordinance governing the fund not long before his staff provided it to us.
A committee composed of the sheriff, the chief jailer, and the chairman of the Board of Commissioners or his appointee is hereby established, who shall be responsible for all items purchased out.
Do you see this? Okay, she said, darn, Russian husband, Gradunov. Gotcha. Well, I'm just going to call you Iris, IG. We can call you IG. Can we call you IG? Can we call you IG? We're going to call you IG. Is that okay? Let me know. This right here says a committee composed of the sheriff, the man who is not at the hearing where he's asking for $5.9 million. The committee composes of the sheriff, the chief jailer, and the chairman of the Board of Commissioners or his appointee is hereby established, who shall be responsible for all items purchased out of the welfare fund. Oh. Who is the chief? Who is the sheriff? Patrick Labatt. The chief jailer, I'm not sure who that is. Somebody let me know. Who is the chairman of the Board of Commissioners? Mr. Pitts. Or his appointees. Listen, man. Mr. Pitts don't know what's going on with his money. You can tell. Anytime Mr. Pitts have to present himself before the board or the Senate or whatever, he always direct his attention to the CFO or the other lady, Ms. Yu, for clarity on what the money is used for, the actual amount of money, all that kind of stuff. And listen, rightfully so, that's not his technically, it's not his responsibility, but it is. Because the chairman is also responsible. Everybody put IG in the chat. Responsible for all items purchased out of the welfare fund. Dog, let's go.
Out of the welfare fund. Did you have any idea until recently?
No, all this came to light recently.
John Jackson.
Continue
all
to
right.
investigate and do and
appreciate you, Seth.
Does this committee ever meet?
Not once have they met in my entire time being sheriff.
You never met with the committee? What? So y'all just been taking money out the inmate welfare fund and just and that's all. Never meeting.
Of the Board of Commissioners or his appointee is hereby established, who shall be responsible for all items purchased out of the welfare fund. Did you have any idea until recently
No,
this existed?
Yeah, all this came to light recently as we continue to investigate and complete our remediation.
Does this committee ever meet?
Not once have they met in my entire time being sheriff.
Some examples we found in inmate welfare fund expenditures documents provided us. Extra uniforms for officers, $509,073.76. The Honey Baked Ham Company,
What?
gift cards for staff, holiday.
Hey, I know y'all lying, dog. I know he lying. Wait a minute. Y'all, hey, man. Hey, dog. Chat, does this say Honey Baked Ham Company? Not the Honey Baked Ham, dog. Y'all was buying gift cards for your staff to the Honey Baked Ham Company. $39,813.43. You putting 40K on ham? Bruh. Hey, fam. You are not. Everybody put stop playing with me in the chat. I need everybody. I need every last person that's watching this right now to put stop playing with me in the chat. You gotta stop playing with me. You getting jiggy witty on ham. You, what the ham and cheese? This is crazy. Let me. How about them chicken pot pies, dog? FFS, man. Like, stop playing with me. Just stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. You got to be playing with me. You mean to tell me y'all been buying Honey Baked Ham for folks gift cards in the amount of $39,000 some dollars, $40,000?
A party postponed. COVID, $39,813.43. City of South Fulton, District 3, Thanksgiving giveaway, $5,000. Nixle notification system, $39,550.
Hold on, family. Hold on, family.
$39,813.43. City of South Fulton, District 3, Thanksgiving giveaway, $5,000. Nixle notification.
You giving the money that belonged to the inmates to other people, dog. Steph JK. The inmates have to smuggle in banquet pot pies, and you spending 40 racks on ham. This makes the actual smuggling look almost legitimate. This is absolutely crazy. You spending $40,000 on Honey Baked Ham Company gift cards for your staff, while your staff is watching inmates struggle for commissary and for phone calls. I told you the inmate fund was for commissary, phone calls, the welfare of the inmate. Man, this is sad, dog.
System, $39,550. Florist orders, $2,601. And a cluster of expenses ranging from face painting booth to DJ services to tropical.
Stop lying. Hey, man, I can't do this tonight, okay? I can't be. Hold on. Let's look at this. Our society, face painting booth, big head cartoons, caricatures, HHGB Global, DJ services, a 360 photo booth, a game truck, tropical bounce house, sweet truck, Italian ice cream catering employee appreciation. This is all for employee appreciation. $425, $600, $1,300, $575, $1,000, $513, $16, $27.50, $15.75. Seriously? Seriously? This is absolutely crazy. This is absolutely crazy. And the inmates in there are survive. This is the reason why they do what they do in there. On top of the fact, you taking their money, man, and they come out talking about paying bills with it. What bill? These ain't bills. This is miscellaneous employee appreciation. For what? You don't do nothing.
Bounce House and others linked to employee appreciation and community diversion.
There was no criminal intent, as we found. Everything that has come out of the Inmate Welfare Fund has been spent on the betterment of the Sheriff's Office.
We tallied roughly $2.25 million tied to Sheriff's Office vehicles or what appear to be vehicle-related expenses. Of that, 2 specific line items for inmate transport vehicles and inmate transport buses totaled slightly less than $500,000.
Even if the ordinance is vague, do you believe that any vehicles for the Sheriff's Office were intended to come out of the Inmate Welfare Fund by?
Well, again, a lot of them were purchased out of the wrong fund. And then to that extent,
No, you mean a lot of them was purchased out of the fund that I was responsible for, because I'm the sheriff. I'm actually responsible for the fund alongside the chief jailer, Mr. John Jackson, alongside with the chairman of the Board of Commissioners, Mr. Pitts, and whoever he appoints. I'm the one that's responsible for all of these items being purchased. I bought bounce houses, caricatures. I did face painting. I did a employee appreciation. I gave out ham for my staff, gift cards. The fund that I'm responsible, not the wrong fund, the fund that I am responsible for. That's where you got it from. And what else did you do that you didn't put under the books? Now y'all would have throw Donald Trump in jail for actually giving his lawyer checks. He actually gave his lawyers checks. As a matter of fact, I talked about it on this channel. Now here it is. We got invoices of you purchasing miscellaneous items that has nothing to do with inmates, and then all of a sudden you're like, man, we got it from the wrong fund. Nah, bruh. Nah, fam. You got it from the fund that you're responsible. You did these crimes. Look, hey, Woody, I did these crimes. Put I did these crimes in the chat, dog. Put I did these crimes in the chat. I did these crimes. You, Labat, did these crimes, dog. You did these crimes. Shout out to FFS. I mean, he going off. I don't blame you. Stop effing playing. No wonder they ain't paying bills. Let me see Magic City on that list. Who budgeting? Come on now. This is insane.
Stands the potential for that vehicle to be assigned specifically for detainees.
The sheriff said red flags from county finance officials and a request from County Commissioner Bob Ellis prompted the review of inmate welfare fund purchases. He's updating policies and procedures, and 2 sheriff's office employees involved have been terminated, though there were other factors in those firings besides the fund irregularities.
We passed the audit the last 3 years. Ultimately, our goal is to make sure that our future audits include line-by-line expenditures so that we can avoid these things.
Now, Sheriff Labat says he thinks it's appropriate to buy inmate transport vans and buses out of the welfare fund and some other vehicles, but it's a gray area about other vehicles because almost all their cars can be used for inmates. He says to date, the fund has not been reimbursed, but certain types of spending will no longer come from the fund. He maintained the sheriff's...
Man, y'all owe y'all county, man. You are pathetic, bro. You are absolutely pathetic. You are absolutely pathetic. And this is the reason why we here. This is the reason why we at this point right here. Shout out to FFS once again, man. I appreciate you. This is the reason why we here right now. Yeah, I remember. That was the one. Yeah, FTX. Man, what was that? What were they? They was making up FFS. They was making up cards, wasn't they? Wasn't they like creating like little credit cards or something like that? And it was supposedly putting money on those cards. Was that the one? Was that it? I believe that was it. I believe that was it. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. Please fact check me and correct me, please. But I think that's what that was too back in the day. I remember something like that. Let's finish watching.
The rest of county government, there are times when we have a point in time when we know that we've got a service that we need more money than we had potentially contracted for. We recently had discussion, I think, around several things, but we had one lengthy one about senior transportation, for example. In every situation I can think of, we're having these conversations in advance before there's a funding shortage. Department brings it forward. They discuss why there'll be a projected funding shortage. We make whatever determinations we're going to make as a board. You're a little bit different. You're given a pot of money largely to manage and operate within, right? So you would be different than, for example, a department managed by the county manager's team. You referenced maybe some changes in personnel that would have happened in 2023, but we're in September of 2024. What financial controls do you have in place, or why didn't you have financial controls in place that would have identified this as an issue before it became an issue?
That's a great question.
Closing of the Inmate Welfare Fund at the end of last year and the change in personnel, as you said, that was done at the end of the year when the budget process was concluded from our end. And we had very limited, if not any of opportunity to make changes to it. Coming into this year, our new staff has worked to balance what our obligations are. And in doing that, we've also requested additional funding. And I think that what has to be noted is that we have, for all of these invoices and these bills, we have been making plans and we have been working towards payment. And yes, it is.
Dude, this is so much word salad. Boy, if you don't talk, answer the question. Answer the question.
It is at a critical juncture at this point. But we have been working towards this effort since the beginning of the year. We recognized the failures at the end of last year. We started to implement changes, and at the beginning of this year, we were hampered in our efforts in various ways, and we, have made attempts to engage the board through, through executive session and prior to and since. So we've brought this. We've tried to make this known, and we've also, at the same time, we've tried to mitigate some of the responsibility internally through reallocation.
Yeah, I think you maybe misunderstood my question. Things happen where we can see that we're not necessarily going to have appropriate funds budgeted for a particular item. In the normal course of business, that comes to you ahead of time, not after the fact. the point in time where you've engaged all the services and you've run up bills in excess of a budgeted amount. So my question, we have these types of controls in place within the construct of the rest of county government, which we have visibility into through the manager who directly reports to us, or most all of the components of county government. My question is, what controls and mechanisms do you have in place to identify that there aren't recurrences of this in the future? That there are amounts you went out and incurred services when you have no means to pay for them. That's a huge problem. I think you all understand it, that this is a huge problem, that you go and you create an obligation potentially with no funding source to back it up. So what is the financial controls that are being placed around that to ensure that this kind of stuff does not happen? Because the fail-safe can't be, we're going to come to the commission and it's an emergency and we need more money because we've already incurred such and such services.
It's like you're going to your rich uncle. You only go to your rich uncle for money.
And we did identify early on that there was going to be a shortfall. However, due to we, in conjunction, basically at the same time, we continued with the services as we sought to find opportunities to fix the situation, whether that be reallocation internally or requests for additional funding. We started that early on. We initially, I think the biggest push was in May when we were trying to bring some things before the board. However, like I said, we had to pull some of those back as the executive session was not the place to present strategic and some of the other public items. So we only kept items necessary for, but I acknowledge what you're saying as far as, and this goes back to what Vice Chair Abdul-Rahman said, the communication in the earlier notification of certain information. We attempt to do that every time we submit a budget, and we tell you everything we need up front. We've a lot of this stuff that we're talking about, some of it we made a mistake. For instance, strategic, we made a mistake. For some of the other items, Leo and others, we knew we needed that for the safety and well-being of our inmates. That is critical to keep people safe. We moved in an effort for safety, balancing safety and the available resources. And to gain additional resources, we should have been in more communication, and that goes back to the collaborative effort on both sides. We can provide a lot of information, but we also don't receive a lot of requests independently either.
Yeah, I appreciate your attempt to respond, Mr. Shows, but I don't feel like I really got an answer in terms of, what sort of financial controls exist to forecast these things and to highlight them before they're an issue and develop a plan to address them before there's an issue. So that's missing from, and I don't want to belabor the point, but at least for this commissioner, that's missing. I'm not hearing that. And then in terms of collaboration with us and that sort of thing, I mean, that's all fine and well, but I mean, recognize we're not operators, right? I mean, we're allocators when it really comes to your budget, and we're in reliance upon you and your staff and your team to manage within the confines of that budget. And, not collaboration or not, I mean, we should never be placed into a situation where, X million dollars have been spent and you're telling me you have no funds to pay for the services that were provided. Never should be in that situation. I mean, and that's not a collaboration thing. That's a management thing, right?
Exactly.
So, you know, when we go through, I mean, obviously we went through kind of our military setting process. We have a budgetary team that looks at stuff and where we're at and that sort of stuff. And we're forecasting what kind of revenue we're ultimately going to have to come in a year versus strike up against what we're budgeted. And our management team at that point in time, they look at and they make decisions around what might you do differently as it relates to resourcing, et cetera, for the end of the year to make sure you can live within the confines of your budget. Corporations do this all the time, right? I mean, hey, we're not going to hire for XYZ position. We're going to cut down on our travel budget. You know, those sorts of things. These are natural things that sort of occur in the context of managing a financial budget. And I've, you know, I'm not seeing anything in terms coming from the sheriff's department in terms of how have you sought to reprioritize, trim back expenditures, look at doing away with things that maybe not necessarily are mission critical. I've not seen any real evidence or discussion of that, whereas these are the types of things we would see within the context of operation of normal county management.
So one thing I can offer is going forward, and I know I hear you about the collaboration, but I believe that is important. And the reason I say that is, for instance, if we were to have, my counterparts and I, your chief of staff, if we were to meet biweekly or monthly, so I can address whatever issues or whatever questions they may have, whatever they're receiving from the public, whatever, and then also to give forewarning of items. That is something that we can offer. Is more, like I said, communication. We can address and move forward with this together. But I can't. There's certain things, of course, not being the elected policymaker, I'm not going to commit to. But there are certain things that I can say that we can collectively do.
Yeah, and I understand that. And look, I think everybody up here wants to, you know, kind of operate from a collaborative standpoint. But, you know, bear in mind, I mean, like there are multiple other entities of county government that, you know, we don't have that kind of capacity, nor is it really necessarily our role, right? But I mean, there are two sort of basic things that we would generally look for all of our entities to do, whether they directly report to us or whether they are, you know, in a situation like yours. And that's to operate within their budget and to follow the county procurement protocol, right? I mean, so those are relatively straightforward things, right? That are not going to be solved by us collaborating better. That's a management decision to do those two things. Questions around, should there be consideration for other allocation and that sort of stuff? That's a different conversation. Takes place, could happen during budget time, could happen at other times. But it can't be happening in this kind of context, not after the fact. You know, so just don't misunderstand, you know, kind of us not wanting to meet every 2 weeks to go line by line through your financials, because that's just not what our role is. And nor, you know, would something like this strategic security even be on my radar screen, right? For that matter. And you know, and an executive session is not really a format for it. It's money. It's taxpayer money. It needs to be open. It needs to be public as much as possible. And we shouldn't all hide from that. And look, I'm general. I mean, I'm a person. If I owe something, I pay it. Okay, I mean that's how I operate, and I think, you know, that's how all of us probably, you know, tend to operate in our lives if we've received, you know, legitimate services. But the one thing I'm not hearing is, how have you sought to? You've entered into these arrangements. There appear to be potentially funds that have been owed. How have you sought to reprioritize within your budget to pay for those things versus just come and ask for more funding? And I'm not hearing that. And I'm going to, you know, you want to all send me a white paper on that and tell me that, you know, that's great. I mean, like our management is, you know, will do for us, and they'll say, okay, we're going to be short. Here's what we're going to do, and here's how we're going to operate to ensure we're not going over budget. But if I look at our last financial report, and this is why I think if you owe something, you need to figure out a way to pay for it within the construct of your own budget. And that's kind of where I land on this in general. And
boom.
I realize these are macro numbers, but they're real numbers, at least in what in terms of the non-agency components, the stuff that's specifically within your budget, not the stuff that we placed in there for non-agency or for outsourcing, some other things like that. You've got a 2024 budget, and our finance staff can correct me if I'm wrong on this, of $146.3 million. Does that sound about right?
What did I show y'all, man? What did I show you guys? Didn't I show you the budget? That $146 million, the one that we was just looking at like this can't be real. It just couldn't be real, right? Like this can't be real. $146 million. This can't be real. Yes, it is real. It is super real. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, man.
A 2024 budget, and our finance staff can correct me if I'm wrong on this, of $146.3 million. Does that sound about right? Okay. Through the end of July, there was expenditures of $80.864 million. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Does that sound about right? Okay.
What?
Through the end of July, there was expenditures of $80.864 million. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. So
wow.
I screwed up my math and that millage rate stuff, so I'm going to get this correct here. I'm doing this on the fly. I might have a bad calculator. So if I trend that out at the same rate, that'd be $57.76 million in additional spend through the remainder of the year.
I'm not sure what you're calculating, Commissioner.
All right, so if the expenditures for the Sheriff's Department in the general fund budget line is 80.864, what does that trend to for an annual expenditure? Straight line.
You mean for the entire year?
Yes.
For 12 months?
Yeah.
Oh. I mean, it's going to be less than...
Is it 138.624?
Around there? Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the budget amount is 146.3.
Yes.
Okay. That's a differential of 7.76 million.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to put my question back to you.
Dude talking
How
numbers.
you sought
Let's go.
to reprioritize, recognizing some of those may be very tough decisions that would need to be made to operate within the confines of your budget and pay for, whatever stuff that you intend to do.
Okay, I think that it's important to recognize that our budget, the vast majority of our budget by far, is personnel. After you back out the personnel-related expenditures and our major contracts like NAFCARE and others, we have an operating budget of about $10 million. With that $10 million, we effectively took and I understand that the $146 million, which was budgeted for the Sheriff's Office. However, that is not a true reflection of, for instance, last year. Last year, our base budget was $133 million. This year, in FY24, there were other expenses that normally were paid
It increased,
outside of the
bro.
Sheriff's Office that were moved to the Sheriff's Office, and the funding for that was also moved. So it artificially increased the Sheriff's Office budget. But in reality, we received a 3%.
Sir, there was nothing artificial about that increase that you got this year compared to 2022 and 2023, bro. There ain't nothing artificial about it, obviously. That otherwise you wouldn't be asking for $5.9 million.
Salary attrition vacancy cut. So we had $3 million cut. So if you look at the apples to apples from last year's budget, our salary is $3 million less, $2.9 million less than it was last year. So we have less. Now, I understand your question about what are we doing internally in efforts to balance a budget. We have canceled contracts. We have reallocated resources as much as possible. We are limited in doing so based on our limited operating budget. Our operating budget for an agency this size of less than $10 million a year, that's putting us in a lot of predicaments.
Mr. Schultz, I appreciate the commentary, but I just, given that you can't explain to me how we all got surprised with running up stuff that we didn't have funds to pay for, I just don't have, it doesn't provide me with a lot of confidence in any sort of budgetary explanation. I just looking at the raw numbers, between the buckets that we've allocated to you all, we've allocated, a 66% growth in, budgetary expenses over the past 5 years. I'm looking at the run rates for this year. You're scheduled to run in just that general fund component. Recognize that there are other funds that we've allocated that are sitting in other buckets, which total up to about $184 million. You're projected to run out to 138.624, and you got a total budget of 146.3. Somebody's got to do the work to figure out where the funds are to pay what you owe and to operate within the budget. This should not be an emergency to be placed upon us. This should be an emergency that should be placed upon the sheriff's department to figure it out within the construct of their budget. Personnel is a big expenditure when it comes to any business or any operation. It's and it's an expense that has to be managed just like any other expenditure. So, the bills, obviously, if there's stuff that's there, it needs to be paid. It needs to be paid, but you all need to operate within the confines of your budget.
Mm-hmm.
And you need to follow the county procurement rules. I apologize for taking too long, Mr. Chair.
Put Mr. Ellis in the chat, dog. Put Mr. Ellis in the chat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Commissioner Ellis makes a lot of good points. I mean, we don't want any department spending outside of their allocated budget. I think what we have is an anomaly based on the loss of control of the inmate welfare fund. And I think more importantly, his points about the county procurement process, that was just recently adopted. So there was no way that you all could have complied with a rule that didn't exist. There's a whole nother question of whether that rule is constitutional or not, but certainly you couldn't comply with a rule that didn't exist. So I think Commissioner Ellis's point when he said, hey, he pays his bills and we all try to pay our bills, and we assume you all do the same thing, right? And I think his line of questioning towards what are we going to do to make sure this doesn't happen again, because, we got stuck with the bill, right? And so if we're stuck with the bill, we might have to pay it, but we want to know what systems are being put in place to make sure that this doesn't happen again in the future, right? And I think that's a fair question. But at the same time, I think this is an anomaly based upon, again, the loss of the inmate welfare fund, the adoption of the new procurement rule. And so, and if my memory serves me correctly, the staff had recommended an additional $5 million towards overtime at budget time, and this board voted to reduce that to $2 million. So you got to have perspective, right? You got to look at the whole picture. And so it's not enough to just say, oh, well, you ran over your budget. Well, no, you asked for more money from the beginning, and you didn't get all the money that you needed, right? And so I think we have to keep that perspective in mind. And so not only did you not get all the money that you needed, you lost control of an additional fund that, frankly, we in general, and the chair specifically, should have been on the inmate welfare committee and should have known about, right? So probably I would recommend coming up with something maybe to, and I don't know if it's meeting with us weekly or bi-weekly or monthly, but certainly I would say with finance, right? I would say, if you got something that's net 30, we need y'all talking with finance, because I told y'all she know where the bodies are. She know where that money is. We got it right over here, 2.1, right over here. She's good. That's her job. But we don't want to be in this position going forward. And I think anything that you guys can do to work with finance to say, hey, we've adopted this plan, and maybe it's not every 30 days, maybe it's once a quarter. I don't know what the cadence should be, right? But adopting some plan to work with finance to say, hey, here's what we've come up with to ensure, or to do our best, right? Because, it's a crazy world out there, to ensure that we don't get caught in this position again going forward, right? There's enough stuff that comes up that we have to pay for that no one budgeted for or thought of or whatever, right? We get change orders all the time on construction projects, $1 million, multi-million-dollar change orders on construction projects, right? But there's enough time to talk about them and vet it. And I think that is kind of the difference. And so, you guys have been making the request for money, right? And frankly,
the YSL trial,
there may have been a 60% increase over the last 5 years. I don't think, most of those requests, probably 90% of those requests this year have been denied. So I just think we have to put all the facts out there. You guys asked for more money from the beginning. You didn't get all the money you asked for. You lost another fund, adopted new rules around procurement. So I think we've all got to.
I mean, why would I give you all that money up front anyway? All you're going to do is misuse it. Obviously, you're showing me that you can't even handle what you have. How are you navigating towards, these finances where we're just going to cancel contracts? And the contracts that you're canceling are contracts that you need.
As you say, collaborate. But I think even more than collaborate, I think we got to press reset. I think we got to press reset and start back over from equal ground. And certainly I'm here to work with you. I think everyone here should want to work with you. And I think, frankly, we need to have more conversations need to be had so that we are not pointing fingers at each other in public. I don't think that benefits us. I don't think it benefits you or the sheriff's office. And I certainly don't think it benefits the residents of Fulton County. So we all need to do a better job of having better communication on the front end so that we can try to avoid these situations. So thank you all for the work that you're doing. Please work with our county manager and CFO so that, we can avoid being put in these positions in the future.
Commissioner Bridget Thorne.
A lot's been said, so I'll try not to be redundant. But with that being said, I'm going to be a little redundant. I agree. It was kind of hard for me to find out about the back payment that we need to make by finding out in the news instead of having a conversation with your departments. It's the taxpayers' money. It's our responsibility, but it's also your responsibility. We gift you that money to run our jail. And I was also curious, as Commissioner Ellis, what cuts you are making in other departments to kind of reallocate the existing finances that you do have that are in your purview. You gave us some generalities, but not really many specifics. So maybe for me, I could use more specifics.
So I can provide more specifics. I can send those to you. I don't have everything in front of me, but I can tell you some of the general things that we are doing. We've cut back on overtime, which sometimes I believe might be a detriment in a different kind of way. But we have cut back in some of the overtime that we've used. We've terminated contracts. We have reallocated money. We have made efforts. Like I said, I can't.
You terminated contracts, but you bought a lot of ham, and you bought a lot of bouncy houses. I mean, dude, what are you talking about, bro? What is this dude talking about? This dude is absolutely outside of his mind. You're walking backwards, sir. You're walking backwards.
Completely articulate in detail everything standing here. But we have made efforts. And
I appreciate you, Blue Eye Hillbilly. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for your love. I appreciate it.
Budget that we have that we actually can use.
Thank you.
We've paid some of these, for instance, like I said, we paid Axon the 2023 invoice already. We paid some of Strategic already. That was not previously allocated towards that. We've made efforts, but I completely understand and appreciate the request for better communication and more of a heads up. We can do better with that, and I will do that.
With that being said, can you explain Axon? What is that for?
This guy is crazy. Let's move on a little bit here. Let's go to the next person. Let's see. Let's move on here just a little bit. Let's go.
And some of it triggered other things to go down, which even today we've been made aware that there are 4 kettles that went down today, and so we continue to have emergencies that arise like literally every single day. Mm-hmm. And so the easiest way to provide what is absolutely necessary for our staff was to provide the catered food.
Absolutely. Straight word salad.
So
shout out to Blue Eye Hillbilly. I appreciate you. Straight word salad, man.
Right now, correct? All but 151,000. Let's say if we were on a tight budget ourselves and we didn't have money to give you, what would you do?
We have constantly been working to try and see what we can do to rectify the situation, but it's obvious that we need assistance, and that's why I'm here.
Okay. And you've hired a new financial person since you let the other one go last year?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you thought about putting out for bid, go through the proper procurement process for Strategic Security and those others that you don't have contracts with, or you've never put out to bid?
There's been a lot of recent changes, and I can't comment on those right now.
Okay.
But there has been a lot of recent changes.
You can't comment on nothing, huh?
Action, but I'm not.
This man is nuts.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Dana Barrett.
This man is absolutely nuts. He can't comment on nothing. Everything he says is he's talking around the actual issue. He's not talking. He's not answering questions directly. Where is the sheriff, man? The sheriff is supposed to be standing in front of these people.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of quick things. It does seem to me like the disconnect in terms of us not knowing about this is because there was money that they're not paying attention to me right now, but that's okay. On the in between your department, Madam CFO, and the Sheriff's Department, in terms of this non-agency money that you're saying is now could be used to pay this, just so I understand why that money is sitting there. There was money in the original budget in the sheriff's office for double overtime, but then we rejected doing that. Is that correct?
Essentially, yes, Commissioner.
And so I guess what I'm wondering is why did that money land in the general fund and non-agency instead of in the sheriff's budget?
When we originally proposed it, it was there and identified specifically for jail overtime based on utilization. And because the board's authorization of that double overtime rate, I should back up and say it was for the double overtime at the jail, for the jail unit. And since the board's authorization for the double overtime rate had expired in the previous year, we placed it in non-agency pending the renewal of that, and then it would have been moved to the sheriff's office as it was needed.
It just seems to me that it would have been more straightforward if that money was already budgeted for something for the sheriff's office, that it be in the.
Ma'am, you are ridiculous. What is wrong with this woman? Not this woman. First of all, cocaine is a hell of a drug. Okay, listen to me. They had enough for the budget to do what they were supposed to do. They misspent. That's what they reported. They misspent. But no, you took money from the inmate welfare fund because your eyes got bigger than your plate. Okay. And the CFO, is their job to ensure that there is enough money available for situations like this, obviously. So what are you talking about? So what you would have rather done is give them all the money up front. Just give it all to them and just watch them destroy the money, and they still gonna come back and ask you. They had enough money for all their contracts. They didn't pay them because they were doing things they had no business doing. This is the problem. Why would you do that? Why they're not even communicating with you about what they're even doing? This is ridiculous. What is wrong with this woman, man? Shout out to Blue Eye Hillbilly again. Thank you so much for your super chat. I definitely appreciate it. Said bubble-headed blonde, bleach blonde that comes on that 5. Absolutely. I forgot the young man's name they were calling the anomaly, but it's I remember that the lead attorney said something about his father used to be a judge, a very prominent and respected judge. I forgot the name. If somebody knows the name, go ahead and put it in the chat. But he was talking about doing a reset and all this kind of stuff. No, man, y'all need to be getting rid of some folks, man. Y'all need to do an overhaul. You need to gut this whole thing out, man. You need to gut it out. You need to gut this whole situation out. This is crazy. And she's talking about how come we just didn't give them the money all up front in the first place. And then what? And for what? To come right back to the same place? There you go. That's right, Arrington Jr. There you go. To come right back to this same place.
The sheriff's budget, because it sounds like that would have solved at least part of this problem right off the bat.
Rate had expired in the previous year. We placed it in non-agency pending the renewal of that, and then it would have been moved to the sheriff's office as it was needed.
It just seems to me that it would have been more straightforward if that money was already budgeted for something for the sheriff's office, that it be in the sheriff's budget, because it sounds like that would have solved at least part of this problem right off the bat, because when they went to put the invoices in, they could have selected wherever that 2.1 was sitting within their own budget and pass that on over to accounts payable. But it sounds like, and again, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong here, but it sounds like what actually happened was they didn't know what to code it to, and they were wanting to work that out with y'all, but somehow, I don't know why that got delayed or what happened, but it just doesn't sound like there's a solid mechanism of communication when things like this come up. And it does, and I said this to y'all when we were meeting yesterday, I think there does seem to be, like, we do seem to have put ourselves a little too in the weeds, I think, with their line by line spending, as in particular as it relates to the money that we put in that inmate services line item in the general fund and what we were going to pay out of it or not. And then this also seems like it falls into that same camp a little bit, where it is money that is available to them, was earmarked for them, albeit for a particular thing. But if I'm a constitutional officer and I'm the sheriff, it feels to me like I should be able to move money around within my budget. So even though it isn't able to be used for the double overtime, it still should be able to be used. Am I not getting that right?
It was our recommendation that it was there for the double overtime request that the sheriff had been talking about during the budget process. So we did not move the money into the sheriff's budget because the board didn't enact and didn't act on the double overtime resolution that would allow for the double overtime, to take place. So I guess from our perspective, because they were
Have a
put
good
in
night,
the budget
Steph.
for that specific purpose, and then that was not approved.
And happy
we did not
anniversary.
view them necessarily as resources that were available to the sheriff for his use for any other purpose.
Yeah, but see, I guess that's exactly, so I am sort of getting it right, I think. So that is sort of exactly what I'm saying. It's like,
Thank you. The world's end. I appreciate you. Thank you for stopping by Tay-Biz TV, man. The money has to be set aside, I would say, for specific spending, not added to a pot that depletes so quickly. Again, when you have a budget that large and then you're mainly using it for like salary and staffing and housing and housing not housing, but contracting and things like that. And also let's not forget that $10,000 per month rent that they were spending for a building that's not being operated in. That's on old national highway, obviously. When you're doing things like this, why would you now you're gonna put more money in there? It's like a pocket with a hole at the bottom of it. It's like it's just falling out at all costs. And she like, no, just put more in there. Like, she's goofy, man.
we're sort of making a line by line decision. Well, it was earmarked for this. We're not going to be able to use it for this. Therefore, they don't get to have it anymore. That's the part that feels like two in the weeds to me. Two in the line by line. Like that money was allocated for them. They have an expense. Again, this is just from 1,000 feet up looking down. This is what it looks like to me. That said, given that money was earmarked for specifically expenses.
Oh yeah, and the ham.
I
Can't forget the ham.
that we would go ahead and use that, which you're already
The honey baked.
no harm, no foul on that. But it does seem like we should go ahead and use that money to pay these bills. The question becomes, how do we improve the communication so that we don't get into a situation like what can we do on this end, along with whatever they're doing on that end, to make the communication easier when bills come in? If they're not sure where they can pull it from, or if they're looking like something's going to go over budget, how do we improve that? What can we offer to kind of help build that bridge?
Commissioner Barrett, we have been meeting with the Sheriff's Department on a routine basis regarding the jail bridging plan, and we could certainly add an opportunity to discuss operational concerns that they have. But it is important that they work within the resources that ultimately the board does provide to them. So when I hear you say something like, if they have a bill that they can't pay, the only mechanism that we have would be to sound additional money to them through a budget amendment,
Right, but
which we only set aside about $1 million a year for that purpose.
Not to interrupt you, but for example, the emergency money, that was spent because the kitchen was not functional is not something they could have known to budget for. So it does seem like that is something that should have been a budget sounding, no?
When that occurred, we allowed them to use the emergency P card in order to be able.
This lady bank account must be terrible. First of all, look, if you have an account, okay, you have an account that has a certain amount of money in there because, let's say, for instance, you get direct deposits in it, right? And then you set money to the side for emergency fund. And if you listen to her, she's telling you, man, skip that emergency fund and just put it all in your housing expenses. Why would I do that? If I have a certain amount of money that I pay monthly for expenses, why would I put emergency money that I may need later in my expense account? That is not, you don't put emergency funds in an operations account. Let's skip her because I'm getting a headache. Yeah, we need to skip this chick for sure. Because I just can't understand, like what is going on? Yeah, the emergency money that I'm going to use for a rainy day, let me put that in my daily operations account, so that way I can make sure that I'm good. No, you have an account, you have a budget for a reason. You don't want to dip your hand in your emergency. Crazy.
And so I have to acknowledge that because they have been of assistance. We're good partners and collaborators with the county administration, but we can be better. And
yeah, all have been communicated, not the CFO.
And we can expand that somewhat to talk further operationally.
Talking about the communication between them two.
But there's always room for improvement, and I accept that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. first, let me say thank you to both of you for standing here before us today. Michael, you have provided numerous solutions, but unfortunately, I think a lot of them weren't heard because I kept hearing the same questions asked of you repeatedly, even after you provided solutions. So just want to let you know, I did hear you and you had some great solutions. Earlier, a lot of the things that were said here today really made me think back to the Senate subcommittee's recent recommendations. There was so much said here that I just had to go and pull it because it was nagging at me. I feel like I heard it before and I did. Like for instance, when my colleague mentioned that it just really doesn't look good for us to, publicly look like we have a bad relationship between this body and the sheriff. And I felt like I heard that before, and I did because in this, it is called the Draft Summary of Recommendations of the Senate Public Safety Subcommittee on the Fulton County Jail. And the committee members were Senator Randy Robertson, who's the chairman, Senator John Albers, Senator Sonia Halpern, Senator Brian Strickland, Senator Chuck Payne, and Senator Tim Bearden. And there was a line in here that I know I heard this before, and I found it, and it said, the public and private relationship between the county commissioners and sheriff has been tenuous, unprofessional, and not the conduct the citizen should expect. Weekly professional meetings should take place to improve the relationship, trust, and spirit of teamwork to solve the problems. So when it was said earlier, I think by one of my other colleagues about maybe we should meet weekly or bi-weekly, or at least there should be some meeting between finance, this was actually written in that recommendation. So it is agreed upon by many. Also, what struck me was it made me have a question because I heard one of my colleagues say that we gift you your budget. And that was something I'd never heard before, ever. And I want to make sure it's clear that I never known us to gift it. I thought it was our required duty as a body to approve a balanced budget, and that included the sheriff's budget. So I just want to ask Madam CFO, Mr. County Manager, Madam County Attorney, anyone who could answer that question, if are we gifting them their budget? Anyone can jump in.
The board approves their budget and provides them with the resources. I'm gifting, I'm not sure is a technical term, but I would say it's a budget approval or an award would be or appropriation.
Okay.
One of those.
Thank you. Because when I heard that, kind of perked up because I've never heard it stated in that manner. And also, based on the commentary that's taken place today, it made me think back to one of these other items that says the Fulton County Sheriff's Office and the Fulton County District Attorney's Office establish policies and procedures related to requests for proposals that include involving the Fulton County Finance Department as advisors in selecting contractors for special needs and services not specifically provided for or requested in their annual budgets. And so that goes back to much of the commentary earlier from various members of this body concerning these contractors and everything. It's very clear here that they recommend that the Sheriff's Department utilize the Finance Department as advisors. And advisors means that they provide advice. Advice meaning guidance or recommendations offered with regard to prudent future action. And prudent meaning acting with and showing care and thought for the future.
You're keeping it a bean.
So that would resolve that issue. And then some comments led me to the recommendation that the county commission should work with the sheriff to benchmark best practices and industry standards to create and pass a transparent and reasonable budget. And once passed, provide oversight and not micromanage of the budget or operations of the sheriff. I think this is pretty good because everything that we've discussed today pretty much has been provided as a recommendation from the Senate subcommittee. And so I think we have a very good guide to help us, and it's just something we need to act on. Thank you all for your time and for your comments. Appreciate you.
Commissioner Arrington.
All right, so I heard that the food provider is supposed to provide the staff meals. Yeah, we had to go spend 100 some odd thousand. So are they gonna pay that back?
Well, we also have to provide the,
Or do we get a credit for that? 111,000 off of what we owe them since they were unable to provide it and we had to go get it from somewhere else?
so I'm gonna let Ms. Joyner speak on that because she manages our contracts.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Actually, it was not that the food vendor could not provide the meals. It was that our facility would not allow them to provide the meals. They were ready to cook and deliver the meals. We didn't have the equipment or, gas leaks that weren't occurring.
All right.
So it's
send me that contract. I need to see how that's written up because either they're supposed to provide it or they're not.
Well, they certainly are. They certainly are supposed to provide it, but it's kind of the impossibility, right? If they cannot use the kitchen, that we are responsible for having a fully functional kitchen, then, one could argue that perhaps it is that they can't perform because we stopped them from performing by.
Well, I would say that was an act of God. I don't think we stopped them. I don't think we. I mean, I would also want to see the plan going forward. I want to know that in our contracts going forward, that there is a provision that either gives us credit. If we've got to go out and spend another $100,000, we need a credit off of what we owe them, or they need to reimburse us, one or the other.
Agreed.
And so, you know, because right now we're about 100,000 some odd short on what y'all need, and that could be it right there. But you know, perhaps the contract is not written that way, but you know, we need to try to guard against that in the future. I would hate. He just said 4 more boilers went down, so we got to go buy another $100,000 worth of food, and we need to guard against either they provide them or they don't.
Agreed.
Whether our equipment is working or not, peanut butter and jelly, something. But we can't. We're virtually paying twice for those meals, right? And so we need some type of plan so that we do not have to do that again either.
I mean, I don't disagree with that.
All right, anything else?
No, nothing else, please.
All right, so you're asking for 5.9 today, correct?
I don't heard enough.
Okay. All right. This was a discussion. What's your pleasure? You want to add something else?
Chairman, with all due respect, I know they asked for 5.9 today, but in good conscience, I could not support that amount. From what I heard, it sounded like it may be a fourth of that, but for me, I would need a little bit more information to support. Like I said in my earliest comments, I don't want this to be adversarial, but in my opinion, we're stewards of the taxpayer dollars. So I want a concrete number for emergency purposes only in order to vote on. That's what I would need.
Okay.
I would just make a motion to approve for today the 2.137 that finance has authorized. At least get that to them, and then maybe in a couple of weeks we can circle back and continue to work on figure out how we get the rest of it.
All right. The motion to approve 2.17?
Yeah, and I think this money is already in non-agency, was already allocated for a sheriff's office for overtime.
Yo, chat, what y'all thinking right now? Would y'all support? Would y'all deny the entire 5.9, or would you do what Arrington did to just say and just support the actual outstanding invoices and just go for that? Which one would you do? Would you just deny the 5.9 altogether, or would you actually do a motion like he did and say, you know what, we'll at least go ahead and pay for your outstanding the actual outstanding invoice? The extra 3 point whatever million would be for future, you know, payments or whatever. That's what they're trying to say. But would you deny everybody? Like deny? Let me know what y'all think, man. Let me know what y'all think. Negative. Dang. Let's go.
According to Ms. Whitmore. So it's basically just making this money available to them so that, you know, until we can get back and maybe talk about the other 3 million or 3.6, I guess it is, or something. But, you know, this should at least be a stopgap.
Okay. All right. Motion on the floor by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Natalie Holmes. There, you want to be heard? All right. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And motion fails. 3 yeas, 2 nays.
All right. Yes.
So what do you want to do then, for those of you that voted no, about the more immediate need of paying these bills? Because I feel like we just left them with no way to pay bills that we have to pay, and we didn't really make a decision.
That's not true. They have money in their budget. Ellis made a great case for that. So
Well,
anything-
okay.
You got another motion?
No, but I'd like to ask some questions then, because our county manager recommended a particular funding line of where to get the money so we could pay these bills, and we just said no to it. So what are we going to do? What are they supposed to do
Would you
now?
like for me to speak on behalf of my no? Because I have no problem. Even though you're not the sheriff,
Everybody did.
more than happy
Everybody
to
done
tell
dipped
you
out.
why I voted no. One reason, the sheriff is not here. I have further questions. It does not mean I will not approve it. What it means is I need to have a conversation with the sheriff.
There you
And
go.
upon having that conversation
Look,
with the sheriff. Now
Auntie.
remember, for almost 2 years, we're talking about a year and a half, the sheriff told me money was accidentally spent that shouldn't have been spent out of a particular area, and it was spent. That's his words, not mine. So I need to have a conversation with the sheriff. I need to get a few questions answered for a favorable vote. Do you have a problem with that, Commissioner?
You vote however you want.
I'm just saying, because you asked the question about my no vote for the taxpaying citizens of Fulton County. So since you asked the question publicly in front of everybody, I want to publicly give my answer, which is I will have the questions that I need to ask that I think is beneficial for the taxpaying citizens, and I will revisit this for a favorable vote.
Vice Chair, no disrespect. My question was really
Dang.
about whether or not, what is the direction to the county
Your
management
question
team?
was, we voted no.
Right, and why? What
And
is
so
the
I
direction?
gave you an answer as to why I voted no.
That motion failed. Anything?
Chairman, with all due respect, I just want to give 2 things I would like for this body to recognize, not with you all. Thank you. I appreciate you all. One, I just wanted a moment of quick silence. We
You
had
put this on the
4
record.
individuals to die today in a shooting here in Georgia. And I think we could give them a moment of silence. I know everybody wants to leave, but if we could give them a moment of silence, just out of respect that 4 people lost their lives, Chairman, I would like to do that.
All right.
Yo.
The last thing, County Manager and Dr. Rochelle, I did not want the citizens that came down here earlier with the concern about the art teacher. So I didn't want you, I didn't want to belabor the point and you all to go in it, but it is being worked. We're trying to find a solution. It is not that we're not taking care of it. You all were already doing something because I heard over this weekend, I got calls about it. So I know that you were working on it, but the public didn't know. So if you could just quickly just speak to it, Dr. Rochelle, I would appreciate it.
Thank you for the
All right. That's it right there. So it was denied. The 5.9 million was denied. So basically they did everything that the chat said that y'all would do. You know what I'm saying? What would I have done? Denied. I'd be just like Judge Whitaker. I'll be just like Judge Glanville. Deny everything. This time for the right reasons. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to again, thank you, Julie, for the video. But shout out to the chat. Appreciate y'all, man, for sure. Let's get it. But yeah. So this was absolutely insane, man. The lady that was sitting next to Auntie, she's something wrong with her. So she got like I don't know if she got like a loose thinking process or whatever. She's like, so what are they going to do? He was like, well, they got a budget. They can go within their budget and just do it. They just need to do it. You know what I'm saying? So and so Pitts kept it real too. And so everybody was like, well, I submitted my vote and I'm out. And basically that's even what Mr. Ellis did. Mr. Ellis submitted his vote and he just dipped out. You know what I'm saying? Didi said Botox brain. She got Botox brain for sure. This is absolutely crazy, man. So, man, this is so crazy. So crazy, man. I had to talk about this because again, we had just did the video about the commissioner and how he has these political aspirations, of course, you know what I'm saying, and talking crazy about stuff that he knows that, it's just not right. You know what I'm saying? Trying to expose a company who just want to get paid and then come to find out you all haven't been responsible with the money at all. And you have been paying, in all fairness, you have been paying $10,000 a month. $10,000 a month for this, for that unoccupied building. This is the actual building that they said that they paid $10,000 a month. And they were trying to get the lease turned over to South Fulton County, and they can't. So whoever they paying $10,000 a month to, I mean, they making their money, whoever it is. But again, this is what they're doing. This is what they're doing with their money. Again, I want to shout out to everyone with the super chats. Thank you so much to Toothless Tiger, Kristen Vasquez. Thank you so much, Kristen. I really appreciate you, and I appreciate the email. With getting us that building, you know what I'm saying, along with Jordy. Shout out to Didi once again for gifting TBiz TV memberships to 10 people. I appreciate it. Toothless Tiger became a member today. Of course, FFS always support the channel, always supporting Cat Not Williams as well. Shout out to Jane Lee for also supporting the channel and gifting memberships. So that way, and I don't do lockouts. I know a lot of people like, they be locking, people out the chat and all that kind of stuff. I really don't do that kind of stuff. I'm not, even if I had a lot of subscribers and a lot of people in my chat, I still just wouldn't do it. That's just my take. I think everybody should just come on in and just, fellowship, just act right. You know what I'm saying? You act a little crazy, we're gonna have to handle you. You feel me? Like I don't want to do that, but we're gonna have to. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Joanna. I appreciate you as well. Steph JK. Not only is she a mod, but she also gifted a membership to somebody, man. She's also a member herself. And shout out to Cat Not Williams for being a member and also gifting 10 memberships as well. I gotta make Cat Not Williams a mod. What am I doing? I'm tripping. Spiritually Imperfect. Shout out to Spiritually Imperfect for the super chat. Of course, once again, FFS is always supporting the channel. I appreciate it so much. Also, Devorah Ann gave us five people memberships. I appreciate it as well. Steph JK again with the super chat. I appreciate it as well. Of course, you know, my boy FFS. All right, AI Designs with a super sticker saying thank you. And I just want to say thank you. And it says coffee. What it says? It says coffee. Man, what does that say? That's sweet. First we drink coffee, then we do things. Okay. Shout out to that. First we drink coffee, then we do things. Shout out, shout out, shout out. I am Shout, man. Appreciate you for becoming a member. Miss Kate becoming a member. IG becoming a member of the channel. Blue Eyed Hillbilly said, yo, I want to get into some of this super chat love. I appreciate you. Also the cash apps from D Pill. Also the cash apps from Aries One. I appreciate you so much for just, man, always rocking with your boy and always showing support and always showing love. I cannot believe that they went to ask the board for $5.9 million and the board said, no, not at all, not at all, not at all. So FFS says the accident happens once. They are repeating the accident. Absolutely, they are absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. So we was able to actually in between break down how this even came about, because last year y'all was acting real foolish with the funds. Now we see why. So I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up for the night, man. This is a Friday night. If you got paid, go out, have a good time. If you're gonna go out, be safe. If you're gonna stay at home, please be safe at home as well. And enjoy yourself and relax and get your evening popping. I'm your boy Tay Biz. I'ma holla at y'all soon. And I'm gonna go ahead and relax, and I'm gonna go ahead and give me some sleep. You know what I'm saying? I've been up since what, 6 o'clock this morning, and so putting in a long day in. So we're gonna go ahead and get up out of here, man. Enjoy yourself, enjoy your family, enjoy your love. Always make sure that you show love to somebody. You never know who you're gonna run into that you might need along the way. So always show love. It's your boy Tay Biz. Peace.
No stress, no biggie. Baby, I'm just too jiggy. Better know I brought that with me. Case they get too iffy. Baby, don't stress, don't sweat it. Put it all on my baby. Know how I'm coming. And they know what we hit around through that left side, low end. All of mine need more wins. If you got beef, don't come out. Cause my young hitter might go in. Uptown GN. Working all through my weekend. Hoping these don't show out. Cause all of my hitters too deep in. With a boy, I'm so seen. Ain't worried about long as my money and my green. Baby, I ain't got work tomorrow. Tell me what the business is. Ain't about no club hop. I'm trying to start some businesses. Shorty, you thought it was, they better know it's not that. Talking all that online, they knowing that it's not fake. Sliding through my hood, I make maneuvers like a Uber, baby. Got a 10-year plan, these can't tell what they doing lately. And I'm way too clean, I'm Listerine, I thought they been knew it. All in my lungs, I got my red cup full of that Henny fluid. Young middle Mac, I'm swinging that leg, I'm banging that do or die. And I ain't that Lily before I get crucified. Living in my bloodline, this place in my family tree. How the f they pressed, I did my best out of what they handed me. Straight out of that country, know my shawty thick as human air. And I need not mention no extensions, that's human hair. Boy, we grew in there. Around through that left side, low end.